The Fanatic at 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, it was a nice offensive performance by the Phillies yesterday. We desperately needed to see it. An incredible outing by Christopher Sanchez. But, of course, one of the biggest talking points today will be the decision to send down Johan Rojas. Also, the best show ever was attacking us viciously yesterday, John. We react to what Tyrone and Ricky had to say about our belief of the Hurts and Sirianni discussion. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Stars in cities, especially like Philadelphia, they are always on the map, and we should expect more winning out of them.
And we'll go to the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. I am a believer that your best player, I think there is also a responsibility as the team spokesperson.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
How are you doing?
This is the first day I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, not feeling great, and saying,
you felt it,
and saying, this thing sucks. This whole 4 o'clock alarms. I can't roll over for like another hour and go into work a little bit late.
It has its moments, and no, we will frown on it if you decide to show up an hour late.
Yeah.
It is definitely frowned upon in this industry.
Yeah, an hour late would be literally right now because I'm usually here at 5, so I would have been getting here right now. I've dealt with that in the past.
I would say to others that I've worked with in the past on this, we ain't digging ditches.
No, we're fine.
So we can be fine, and we'll get through this. And
just have your pray for me today because I'll be fighting through it.
You're going to do it. You're all right.
It's a tough one for me.
You're classic.
That's all right. Great win for the Phillies last night. They start a series off with a 9-2 beatdown of the Padres. I still get such enjoyment out of beating the Padres ever since the NLCS.
Is that what it is? Because last night in our house, the game was lopsided, and the girls were cheering like it was a playoff game.
Yeah,
every single hit, and my wife comes up with I hate that Machado.
Yeah, well, I like Manny Machado a lot.
I wanted Manny Machado.
Me too. I wanted him
over Harper. Yeah, I did.
I was happy with the result.
No,
clearly.
I'm very happy with
And I think it's worked out better for both teams. I think Manny Machado fits in San Diego, and I think Bryce Harper fits better in Philadelphia. But I don't know. I think about the 4 or 5 dads that did that song. That's what's in.
Yeah,
I think about those losers.
That's the first thing I think.
Yeah,
of.
And that's why I still get so much joy out of the Phillies beating the Padres. There was a fake rivalry for about 5 minutes in the NLCS a few years ago. Phillies are just a better team. They continue to be the better team. But it was nice to see an offensive performance yesterday. It was nice to see crooked numbers in a couple of innings. It was nice to see Kyle Schwarber hit 2 home runs yesterday. It was nice to see Trey Turner back in the lineup. That makes such a difference, dude.
It was great to see him, and he got a couple hits, had another really good at-bat that didn't end up in a hit. So that was just nice to see. Because remember, he was the best hitter on the team when he went out.
He was.
And he was having the kind of year that everybody expected him to have last year when he made the transition coming into town. So it's nice to see so many positive things. 18 hits is stupid.
It's ridiculous.
Now, that's stupid in a game. I mean,
and I'm glad they scored 9 runs off it, too, right? Like, we've seen games where they finished with 12 or 13 hits, but they've only scored 1 or 2 runs because they weren't able to drive runs in. They did that last night. 18 hits, 9 runs scored. The lineup just looks so much more full with Trey Turner in it. I mean, right, the biggest difference is Schwarber, Turner, Harper as opposed to Schwarber, Castellanos, Harper that we saw the last couple of days.
And then, look what happened with Nick.
Yeah. He gets dropped down.
Maybe a little pressure off, and he looked very comfortable.
He looked great. 2 for 4
But everybody
day.
did.
Yeah, I mean Brandon Marshall, great. Right. Rafael Marchand goes 4 for 4 for crying out loud.
I can't get over that.
I mean, it was just a great win for the Phillies yesterday. But here's the deal: we're going to talk a lot about the decision to send down Johan Rojas. They made obviously Trey Turner comes back off the injured list. And somebody had to get sent down. And there was a lot of steam before we got off the air. We saw a lot of people reporting that it looked like Johan Rojas would be the odd man out.
Yeah, I brought it up to you that I had 2 texts in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Saying that he was going to be the guy. And I was like, really?
And
really, that's what they're doing. So then
sure enough, he was.
And I start working my angles in Major League Baseball. And I ask people outside the market, front office types and otherwise alike, like to just give me some insight on it because it was driving me crazy. It just drives me crazy. And the number one answer was options. John, it's options.
Right. And
It's
I
options.
don't think that's right. I don't necessarily think that David Dahl should have remained on the team. I'm sure part of it is the left-handed pop that he provides, and he might be the odd man out when Cody Clemens comes back because Cody Clemens is a guy that can bat left-handed, can also play infield and outfield, so there's more flexibility with what you can do out of Cody Clemens. I mean, look, did Johan Rojas get a bit of a raw deal yesterday? Yeah, of course.
He did.
But
he did get a raw deal.
Here's the deal, John. And I know I was on an island by myself. There was like 6 or 7 other people that wanted to hang out with me on my party island.
No, wait a minute. Now you're making a party island?
Well, I always party.
There's not cocktails and everything
party,
like that.
dude. Whichever island I'm on, there will be drinks.
Okay.
But here's the deal. This is what I wanted to avoid at the beginning of the season.
What is it exactly you wanted to avoid?
I did not want him to get sent down at some point. I wanted him to be called up.
I remember you saying that.
That was my biggest.
But explain the thought process, those who may have missed it at the time.
Right. This is one of our first
it.
shows.
Yeah, it was one of our very first shows.
66 shows ago, probably. It was probably show number 1, if not show number 2. We're on show number 67. I can't believe it. But I did not want to. First off, I didn't like that there was no competition. It was very Reed Blankenship-esque, where Reed Blankenship's just walking around NovaCare, anointed the starting safety last year. When I go, wait, really? You think he's clearing away better than all the other safeties that you have? Johan Rojas, when I was down there in Clearwater, there was no competition. He was the center fielder.
You're against the anointing
when they're not good enough.
And on that, we have complete agreement.
Right, like Bryce Harper, anoint him as the first baseman. He's Bryce Harper. But Johan Rojas should not be anointed as anything, right? Guys like David Dahl, Cody Clemens, not that Rojas has a higher ceiling than those players, but I did not like that he was just marked down, center fielder, opening day. You knew that he was going to get it, especially, John, after the playoffs ended last year. During Rob Thompson's exit press conference, he was asked about the future of Johan Rojas, and he straight up said he's probably going to start the season in AAA because we want to work on his swing. And then that was the last you heard of it.
That was. The bottom line, though, is this. And you said something there in your explanation that makes complete sense. It's upside. And you saw it last night. First game without Rojas in center field. Mm-hmm. And a Rojas game. Brandon Marsh fumbles a routine ball, lets a runner get to second when he should have been a single. A routine play, he bungles, and puts a runner on second base. Next guy advances the runner, run scores. Run does not score any otherwise that first run of the game for San Diego. At that time, it's a 3-0 game. It makes it 3-1. It ended up not making a difference. And then later on in the game, there is a ball that Rojas catches 99 out of 100 times that falls in. Out the warning track because we have guys who can't get to it.
Now, I will say this, Brandon Marsh, let's give him some time.
He doesn't run down that ball ever. He run down
playing
that
the
ball.
corners and playing center field
I love him in the corner.
The reads off the bat are so much different. Well, I'm saying give him some time.
I love him in left field. No, I've seen him in center field enough. I've seen him in plenty of games in center field. He does not cover the ground, not even close.
Okay.
Does he cover the ground that Johan Rojas does? I love Brandon Marsh being in the lineup. I love Brandon. In fact, I advocate for Brandon Marsh getting to play against righties and lefties.
Yeah, you want him penciled in every day. I agree with you.
And I want an answer.
Right.
And I think he'll give us the answer if he's in there. If he shows that he's inadequate, then you go, okay, we need something else.
Right.
And obviously when Crawford comes along later, we're going to understand some things. But I still think that's probably at least a year away. So, but like to me, I love having Brandon Marsh on the team. But Brandon Marsh is not adequate as a center fielder. He isn't. Like defensively, the pitchers. Why have the pitchers been so good? Because defense matters.
It's been big. Yeah, Johan Rojas has been tremendous.
And you know what's funny is I don't think he's been tremendous.
He hasn't been elite.
He hasn't been.
You trust him more than everybody else.
He's much better than everybody else.
Right. Exactly.
He runs down that ball last night that fell. He runs that down. Rojas makes that catch 99 out of 100 times. And to me, already last night in one game, I saw 2 defensive plays that would be made by Johan Rojas.
And here's why I'll say this. They will. I'm going to guarantee it. They will trade for a starting center fielder. And I've said that since opening day, whether Rojas was on the lineup or not. I'm pretty sure I said on this show, fine, you want Rojas to start opening day? He won't be come trade deadline.
I don't blame Dave Dombrowski. Let me make it clear, because I am definitely Rojas up. I absolutely do not blame Dave Dombrowski if he says, for this year, when we want to win a championship, there's a hell of a lot better options overall than Johan Rojas. I may give up a little better in the speed and the defense, but I'm going to get a better bat that's going to make it not as big a black hole in the lineup.
And this doesn't mean that Rojas...
And it doesn't mean he's done.
It doesn't mean he's staying in AAA. If let's say he does not get traded, because there's a chance that he could be one of the pieces that gets traded if they trade for an outfielder. But if he stays on the team, that doesn't mean he can't get called back up come September, and he could be used as a defensive replacement in games.
Talked to a baseball exec yesterday and just said, what about, because people are going to say, there are two misnomers that came out yesterday that are completely false. One of them was that there was a divisional opponent who was ready to pounce on
Christian
Pache. That if the Phillies gave up Pache, I'm hearing, well, he would have immediately been snatched up by a division rival. I can tell you with, I think great confidence that is false. Mm-hmm. Second of all was the idea that going down to AAA, well, now he's going to get his at-bats and he can really fine-tune his swing. AAA pitching does not prepare you for the major leagues, period.
But this is where I disagreed with you.
AA pitching does.
I got you.
AAA pitching does not.
This is where I disagreed from the very beginning.
With what?
They reworked his entire swing.
They did.
Let him, it's as if he's in the cages, but it's live pitching. And I know AA pitching is better than AAA pitching. You're right.
Like, distinctly better.
But if you're trying to work on your golf swing, Mr. Driving the ball 300 yards that all of a sudden you're doing, you're going to practice at a driving range. You're not going to practice at Augusta.
No, that's
like
fair.
You're going to make it. You're going to put yourself in an environment where you might be able to boost your confidence, work on things. There's not the stress. It might be that the pitching is a little bit easier. That helps him out. Who knows?
It's a significant.
It will be a significant difference.
AAA pitching is like dropping down. People think AAA better than AA.
No, it's not accurate.
AA baseball is better than AAA baseball.
Nick Nelson's. They pitch in AAA.
Why do people continue to push the narrative, though, that it isn't? AA baseball is better than AAA.
It is.
It's where the top prospects hang. It's where they usually make the jump. AAA baseball is nothing but a trolley stop for the 24 from the 22nd to the 25th guys in your roster moving back and forth. And so, to me, I don't know what he's going to learn facing that kind of pitching.
I think it's just continuing to work on his swing. And that was the thing I said from day one, that you don't rework a guy's swing who isn't necessarily a great hitter to begin with and then pencil him in as your opening day starting field.
I'm going to also take us back to spring training.
Okay.
Where Rob Thompson, in an interview, said, as they reworked his swing, if you could get Rojas to hit 230. It's a completely different conversation.
That's what he was doing.
And he did it almost consistently for 2 months.
Yeah.
So, in other words, something happened between February, March, and now. And you're somehow pointing a finger at Johan Rojas as being a problem? Again, I said it from the beginning, and I'll say it again, and it's proven true. If you get rid of Johan, if Johan Rojas is being pointed to as some sort of deficiency with this team, it's not because of Johan Rojas. It's because of Nick Castellanos being an absolute failure for the majority of the season. It's because of Bryson Stott regressing distinctly. And it's because of the fact that you got to lean on a Garrett Stubbs.
Right.
When you got JT Avalon.
I got Pudge Rodriguez back there now.
Well,
Rafael
that was fun,
Marchand
wasn't
going
it?
4 for 4 yesterday, driving in 2 runs.
It was fun to watch it, and he's been really working at his language skills and everything. That post-game interview was awesome.
It was great.
I loved it for the kid. But a 4-hit night, I'm not getting myself.
No, of course
I'm not getting myself drunk. But I was so happy for him on that.
Yeah, it was a great night.
But to me, the only reason you're looking at Johan Rojas has done exactly what the Phillies said on the record they wanted him to do in spring training. Exactly what they set the bar at. Well, if we could get him to hit 230, then you take it. And then what do they do?
Set him down.
Somehow he's the guy who goes down because other guys are deficient. Guys, by the way, making $20 million a year, and another guy who is just, once again, anointed, Stott, going to win a batting title. This guy's going to win a batting title.
He might one day.
He's anointed.
Only year 3.
Again, anointed as Oh, well, let's not talk too much about his struggles and how he looks at the plate, how he looks lost. That's the only reason you have to worry about bringing up something about Rojas.
Right.
And there's no way. Pache is not Rojas. And nobody in Major League Baseball, nobody across Major League Baseball looks at the two of them even. They do not, organizations do not go, Pache, Rojas, yeah, they're the same. No, they do not. One has a ceiling that has not been reached.
Yep.
Rojas has not escalated towards the ceiling. They know who Christian Pache is. Major League Baseball knows. The Braves knew when they dealt him. The A's know when they got rid of him. And I think the Phillies should know. And if they don't know, I'm surprised.
And the A's don't know anything, by the way.
They don't know anything.
Do the Braves?
But the
They're the best talent evaluating organizations in baseball.
They
had no Tom, I can assure you, and I can speak from personal knowledge. They had no issue dealing Christian Pache when they did. They had no issue putting him in the deal for Olsen. They were like, you want him? Okay, we're fine.
That's fine. And I agree with you there. It's just the A's part. Like the A's
I get you.
one of the worst franchises.
Well, yeah, but they're doing just fine.
Don't worry. Luis Robert, when he comes here, Johan Rojas will look great in a White Sox uniform, and that's probably what's going to end up happening.
I want to know who is. I don't know. I think it'll be Marsh that they want.
Could be. We'll see.
And the thing is, are we going to work? Are we going to hang on vibes? Or are we going to hang on talent?
I do talent.
Yes.
You know
I know
me.
you do.
I do
I know
talent.
you do.
So, reaction to Johan Rojas getting sent down, to me, this means that they will definitely be in the market for a starting center fielder because it's not going to be Brandon Marsh. You'll probably move him to a corner spot like he was supposed to be if Johan Rojas played to where they thought he would play, and he kind of did play at that level. But I think that they'll be aggressive in the market for a center fielder. They better be aggressive in the market for a center fielder. Would love to get your reaction. 610-632-0975. You can call and text in. Now, the other thing I want to get into.
All right.
So yesterday we were attacked viciously on the best show ever.
What was that going? So I was on the golf course, so I did not know. I'm glad once again, though, anything we can do to help the show prep process for the best show ever. It's been like a 3-week streak. I think it's awesome because in the summer, those guys may be a little tired. They're out at night. You know, they're gallivanting. I see Ricky on my TV. So it's nice when we can provide them their content.
Yeah, it's been great.
It's very nice, and I appreciate them.
And I appreciate that I'm driving around and I hear my voice on during the best show ever because they're replaying clips of us mockingly, which I find very interesting. But here was Tyrone yesterday, waging war against us, John.
Let's hear it.
We're getting on his nerves.
Uh-oh.
The morning show is really on my nerve. And the reason is that they're talking about these answers that Jalen Hurts gave about Nick. And I said again, and I will repeat it. What if he doesn't have anything particularly nice to say about the head coach right now? He showed up all the optional camps. He's been doing his workouts, talking about Jalen Hurts. He's trying to learn a new offense. He's doing the work. But both of them were in tears this morning. Both of them in tears over poor Nick Sirianni. This is how you know they don't have an argument. Because the only argument they can use is Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Well, let me tell you something. Nick Sirianni is not Bill Belichick. You know who Tom Brady did undermine? Even though he won a Super Bowl, Bruce Arians. He wasn't nice to Bruce Arians because the word of the day is human. Sometimes human beings don't like each other. So what? Why do we care so much in June? Whether or not Jalen Hurts loves Nick Sirianni. If you were in that locker room last year when it fell apart and he's scrambling and he had no answers, do you like him? So if you don't, the quarterback is human. He knows Brian Johnson his whole life. You don't think he felt a certain kind of way when the guy got fired?
That's what it always comes back to.
It goes back to
As long as
Tyrone.
he's professional, as long as he plays well, then I don't care whether or not they're best friends. And this weird obsession about whether or not they're best friends and they get along and blah, blah, blah. Some of this, how about Nick? Go earn that respect.
So, John.
The weird obsession is Tyrone with Brian Johnson.
He loves Brian Johnson.
Oh, my God. It's got to be a cousin.
It has to be.
I want 23andMe. I'll pay for it. I guarantee you they got to be cousins.
Because
Because nobody else defends Brian Johnson like Tyrone Johnson.
and Dylan. Those are the only two people that I know that defend Brian Johnson.
Talk about like Tyrone going boo-hooing. I mean, seriously? These two have been boo-hooing the loss of Brian Johnson, who the entire NFL told you what he is. They told you he's now getting coffee for Dan Quinn. He's now editing videotapes for Dan Quinn. The entire NFL spoke on Brian Johnson. But Tyrone must not be listening. Must not be listening to that.
I also don't understand.
You like who we like. We like who we like.
And
we
I don't understand
who we defend.
Oh, they need them to be best friends. We have never said.
We've never said that
Hurts and Sirianni need to be best friends. I want them to have a respectful relationship.
Right.
And part of respect is when he is asked about his head coach to just give some sort of answer, throw a little bit of a bone, and not do this whole, oh, well, he's probably still upset about the Brian Johnson situation. Brian Johnson's gone. If Jalen Hurts is still upset about Brian Johnson, bro, you got to move on. You're getting ready to play an NFL season in 3 months, and you are a franchise quarterback. I can't have you crying tears over your... I don't know. Was it his uncle or whatever he called him growing up? Family friend.
And if you're talking about, seriously, the idea of, well, when the locker room was falling apart, how do you expect Jalen Hurts to feel about it? Jalen Hurts was part of that problem. And veteran players have told you that he was part of the problem. He was part of it. His fingerprints were all over that crime scene. Stop blaming it on other people. Jalen Hurts had 15 interceptions last year. Are you freaking kidding me? That Jalen Hurts is feeling a certain way because of the way the coaches did? How about how he did? How about how he performed? Let's get a damn mirror over there. If Jalen Hurts is if he has the nerve to be upset about how other people performed last year, he took a severe step back last year.
He did.
And own it. That should be the problem. Stop blaming everybody else, even though we did have a Mickey Mouse offensive coordinator that really didn't know how to do the job.
That was Brian Johnson.
I'm sure he's going to be. It's Dan Quinn comes into them. I know Dan Quinn. He'll have the. It'll be two creams, one sugar. Brian, 2 creams, 1 sugar. Coach Bro likes his. He almost makes it look like his coffee is the. He said he don't like the black. He likes the make it to look tan.
Okay.
Like the tan coffee.
Well, there you go.
He drinks it with the sugar. Yeah. So make sure, and maybe an occasional donut.
Okay.
Occasional.
So, look, we'll continue this conversation because we were just attacked viciously with absolutely zero ground for them to work off of, with absolutely zero fact or
well, it's all right.
Anything to back their argument. That's okay.
Right.
They think that we want Sirianni and Hurts to be best friends.
No, we don't.
I just want a respectful relationship. I don't think that's asking too much.
How about grown-up relationship?
That would be nice as well.
That would be nice. Just acting like grown-ups in the workplace. That would be fun.
Come on, best show ever.
Fun. Come on.
All right, we continue the conversation next. Your calls, your text, 610-632-0975. Also, I didn't want to start the show with it.
What's that?
Celtics won the NBA Finals last night.
It made me throw up in my mouth hearing some of it this morning.
I have a question. What led to this day? Was it more success for the Celtics or failure for the Sixers? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies dominate the Padres. I'm Tom Alford, and this update is brought here, and it's
Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. You could call in or text in at 610-632-0975. Our two topics that we're starting off with. Phillies with the nice win yesterday, but the big news was the demotion for Johan Rojas getting sent down to AAA. I said before the season started, this was exactly what I wanted to avoid.
And that, by the way, I think I did listen to it because I remember you saying it. I don't think I grasped it. And now I sort of understand it a little more, but it's malpractice because Pache's not better than Rojas in anything.
I agreed with everything that you and Connor were saying and every Phillies fan was saying. If they're losing, it's not because of Johan Rojas.
It's not because of Rojas.
I completely agree with you guys. But my biggest thing, and I said confidence. I wanted him to work on his swing and not struggle in the major league. Remember, at one point he was batting, .047? Now, to his credit, he turned around and got up to 230.
He's been fairly consistent.
He has been consistent.
For 2 months.
Yep.
Whereas a bunch of guys in the lineup that are expected to do so much more are wetting their pants.
You're absolutely right.
And the manager said, and I quote, if you could get him to hit 230, then it's a totally different story. That's what we're trying to do. He's doing it.
He is doing it.
And he did it. And somehow this obsession with Christian Pache. And again, if anyone tells you that a division rival was going to just waiting to pounce to get Christian Pache, I'm here to tell you I believe that is a misinformed opinion. I believe that is a completely misinformed opinion. There was nobody lurking. Major League Baseball knows who Christian Pache is. I just think a lot of people who follow the Phillies don't.
I think it's the option thing that you talked
and that's
about.
What it
that
is.
was the biggest thing. And
I
we'll
shouldn't
see.
be upset because I shouldn't be upset about it because it is a smart move from the option standpoint.
Yes. But I don't think David Dahl is this piece of the future for you. I think Johan Rojas has more of a chance to do something for you come playoff time than a guy like David Dahl. But they wanted to keep Dahl here, I'm sure, until Cody Clemens comes back, and he's not back yet. And there will be another move that happens once Cody Clemens comes back, and it's probably going to be David Dahl. But here we are, Johan Rojas, the guy that gets sent down. To me, this tells you that they will be trading for an outfielder at some point. We played the Jim Bowden audio yesterday where he expects them to trade for a starting outfielder and a fourth outfielder. And so
does that mean he's ever coming back this year, do you think, or not?
I mean, he could come playoff time.
If they trade for two, he's not. Right?
How many outfielders do you have right now? You have 5 outfielders now, even with Rojas sent down. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what they ended up doing.
Yeah, I wonder what they would do.
I mean, having speed like that coming off of your bench come playoff time where you do need to do other things than just hit home runs, it's an important piece to have on your team.
And a defensive replacement late in the game. You'd rather have Rojas than Pache.
And also, too, on the base paths, Rojas can steal bases. Pache cannot. When I hear people talk about, their speed is comparable, you're absolutely out of your freaking minds. One guy can steal bases, one guy cannot. It's ridiculous. The obsession with Christian Pache, as if I think Christian Pache, we haven't seen what he is. Yes, we have. He's not young. He's not a young player anymore.
He is, but I will see over the next couple of games if he's in the starting lineup because he wasn't last night. What does he look like with consistent at-bats? We'll find out. But whether it's Pache or Rojas, these guys aren't your starting center fielder come playoff time, in my belief. I'm going to believe that Dave Dombrowski will be scouring the market a lot from now until the trade deadline.
My guess would be it, too. One thing I want to ask you, though, is what if the better option out there, maybe the better trade option, the more affordable option or otherwise, is a corner outfielder? Do you say no? If the center field...
I don't say no.
The center field, does it have to be center field for you?
No, it doesn't have to be. I mean, Marsh could play a comparable center field.
He can.
Not as good as Johan Rojas, but a comparable level of center field. I mean, the year they went to the World Series, he was playing center field.
Yeah, but he wasn't that good. And he doesn't get to balls that Rojas gets to. He doesn't save runs like that. And more importantly, I remember Game 5 of the World Series, coming off the no-hitter.
Yeah.
And the first inning error by Marsh that set things again.
Yeah, it was bad.
And you just can't have stuff like that.
Well, and I mean,
last night he had 2, and I'm hearing, he's trying to come back from an injury. He said, Brandon Marsh doesn't track down that ball.
I mean,
ever.
I don't know if you've ever
He's healthy or not.
heard me talk about him on middays. I'm not the biggest Brandon Marsh guy.
I know you're not, but
I like him.
As a left fielder, I think we both like him a lot more.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even think it was a great trade for him. I said that the day the trade happened. I didn't think it was a great trade.
Logan
but
O'Hoppe is a
was
better
blocked.
player.
But
O'Hoppe's a better player.
Right. He was blocked. I don't know when he was going to get a chance to play. Once Real Muto was done, we'll find out, which who knows, that he could sign another extension. But I didn't think it was a great trade when it happened.
I think you didn't win that trade. No matter how much we love Brandon Marsh,
I don't think so,
as the kind of guy he is and everything, you didn't win the trade
He's
because
a nice player.
O'Hoppe's going to be a fine starting catcher for a long time.
He will be. So, reaction to Rojas getting sent down. What's next for the Phillies? And the best show ever, just viciously attacking us for wanting Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni to just have a respectful relationship. I'm not saying even respect each other.
Yes.
I'm just saying when asked about your head coach, give a somewhat of an answer instead of laughing and lip smacking and snorting and umming and not thinking of anything to say.
Even though in Jalen's defense, it was a terrible question. A terrible question. That would get you he would not get a 10 out of 10 in my class for that. No.
That's a shame.
Yeah, you're getting points off for that. See, Silvana knows that because she's been through it.
Yes.
You don't ask a stupid question like that. Like last night, I saw television and radio. So how do you feel?
Oh, Jesus.
How do you feel? Stop with the how do you feel questions.
Winning the championship, I'm fine with that.
How do you feel?
Give the guy a chance to talk about how he feels.
I feel terrible.
Yeah,
this is awful.
He feels great.
Worst
John.
feeling ever.
All right, speaking of winning a championship, the Celtics won a championship last night.
Oh, I don't feel good.
18th time in franchise history. Do you think the Sixers will ever get to 18? Just wondering.
Why'd you do that?
My question for you guys.
We get to 4?
Yeah. My question for you guys. Was this more Celtics success or Sixers failure to you that the Celtics have now won the NBA championship, lost one, 2 years ago when they lost to Golden State?
Lost one 2 years ago.
So they've been to 2 titles, and their timeline...
They've been to the conference finals 3
times.
3 or 4 years in a row?
Their timeline was very similar to the Sixers, not as drastic with the tanking that the Sixers did, but their timeline was very similar. The Celtics have now won their NBA championship. They've been to another one. They've been to multiple Eastern Conference Finals, as you said. The Sixers have not been to an Eastern Conference Finals, right? They're not even close to an NBA championship. Is this more Sixers failure or Celtics success to you?
Celtics success because the Celtics knew they didn't have to do the process to build a championship club. Celtics success. They knew, but the Celtics have a great organization.
They do.
Sixers are trying to build one.
Yes, they are. I mean,
They're
look, the
trying to build
Celtics
one.
literally have a winning culture. We always talk about the Heat
right.
culture. Look, 18 championships is 18 championships.
They're trying to change the culture. And that Sixers are right now, they're fighting that tide of 41 years now of not being able to get it done, not doing the right things. And they're trying to change all that. And I'm all for the mental flush of it if it happens. But this is Boston's success again. Even though
Jason Tatum was drafted after Markelle Fultz and Jaylen Brown was drafted after Ben Simmons. Now,
wait, though. They didn't want Markelle Fultz.
Right. That's
they
why
were
they made
willing
the
to
trade.
trade out of it.
They fleeced the Sixers.
So they knew what the Sixers didn't.
Yeah.
They knew that using that first pick on the guy that was the consensus wasn't the right move. They were willing to move back and help them. They outsmarted the Sixers, and it's part of that.
Tom, Sixers failure or Celtics success? And not just the Celtics winning last night. I'm saying over the course of 5-6 seasons now.
Yeah, I probably lean a little bit more, and I don't want to take away credit from the Celtics because they're an extremely well-run organization, and it must be nice. I lean Sixers failure just because, in my opinion, I think they've had the better player in the last 7 years than the Celtics. I think Tatum's a very, very good player. I think Tatum is also surrounded with a ton of very good players as well. And you could look at his stats in these playoffs. You could look at his stats in the Sixers series, the stats in the finals. They aren't necessarily all that great. I think he's getting a ton of help from guys around him. So because, in my opinion, I think the Sixers have had the better, more talented player, I'll say, and they haven't been able to surround him with the right pieces like the Celtics have, I'll say Sixers.
Yeah, like the Celtics acquiring Drew Holiday this past offseason. I remember saying, damn, that was a very good move for them.
Derek White.
I remember you talking about that in middays.
That scared me.
Yes, and you said that move.
And I don't know when I've said that about the Sixers. Like the James Harden trade, you kind of had to do out of necessity. It's a great that they were able to get James Harden for a guy that wasn't playing.
For a guy who wasn't going to play, sure.
But it was a necessity, right? I don't remember a Sixers move other than somehow getting off the Al Horford contract and getting Danny Green. I don't remember saying, damn, that was a good move. And that's not just a Daryl Morey thing. That's Daryl Morey, that's Elton Brand, it's Brian Colangelo. Whereas the Celtics, that move for Drew Holiday, it's one of the reasons why they won the NBA Finals this year.
Oubre is the only one on that contract I will say you could put on there.
Okay, and they got him for a free agent. I don't know.
Minimum contract. But other than that, I get what you're saying.
Well, another failure, though, for the Sixers is the fact that Al Horford hoisted that trophy last night.
He did.
They couldn't find a way to make.
And it disgusted
And by the way,
me.
some of the blame goes on Al Horford too, and it didn't work.
He's horrible
It's
here.
not all. It's not all on the Sixers, but they didn't find a way to make Al Horford.
Brett Brown's to blame for that one.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we get to your texts and your calls. We'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Your reaction to Johan Rojas being the odd man out. The best show ever attacking us. I have a question off of that we'll get to coming up.
Like leave rotted food in here in the studio to ruin their afternoon.
Yes, that's probably something we should do. And then the Celtics win the NBA Finals last night. Is that more Boston success or Sixers failure? We'd love to hear from you. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Batalico.
When Nick Castellanos is starting to give you baseball answers, you better open up your eyes because something's going on.
6:48 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning. Good morning, Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Get to the text line. Calls in a little bit. Still to come, we'll have Jeff McClain coming up at 8:10 today. You do not want to miss that because yesterday it was our jumping off point where McClain reported that there were people inside the Eagles organization, key figures, he said.
Key figures.
That were disappointed with Jalen Hurts and his lack of an answer when asked about Nick Sirianni. That then gave us 4 hours of conversation yesterday. It then carried into the best show ever, and we annoyed the best show ever for pointing out that the franchise quarterback and the head coach don't have a great relationship, and that's something that should probably be fixed now. I said this to you multiple times yesterday. I'm glad. Like, I heard Tyrone yesterday. Man, they're so worried about this in June. I would rather talk about it in June than September. Because if it's still happening in September, then that could lead to issues in the season.
Let me ask you something. If there is someone that you're having problems with in the workplace, in your life, or otherwise.
Just talk about us. Go ahead, John. I hate you.
We can't stand each other. If it's June, how likely is it that by the end of July, these two parties really like each other? Or get along well?
Doesn't have to be really
or
like
communicate well. I mean, like you got to act like professionals. Again, it is the freaking workplace. Jalen Hurts can act like a professional in the workplace. When asked a question, instead of sowing seeds of dissension and creating conversation and negativity, he can answer a question and just choose to take the high road. Now, I mean, this is an interesting thing. Take the freaking high road. It's not hard to do. It doesn't take 2 seconds to be kind. Just be kind. Find something. And if you're telling me that a grown man quarterback can't find anything positive to say about the head coach, then he doesn't have a damn mirror.
Right.
He hasn't looked in the mirror. He's blaming other people. Because if he can't say, look, Nick Sirianni does this well, this Sirianni does this well, because I know that Kelsey, Graham, Lane Johnson, others have found many ways to praise what he does well. None of them praise Nick Sirianni, the strategist, though.
No.
Even the guys who talk about him
and he doesn't
extremely
have to.
nicely.
He doesn't have to.
Right. It takes 2 seconds to be kind. Just find something. There's something that he does well. And I guarantee you that there are a lot of things that Nick Sirianni does well, Andrew, Tom, that we do not even know.
Yeah.
That he does well.
Absolutely.
That we're not party to.
And players do talk about it, that he does do certain things well.
Exactly.
So I'm just asking for a answer next time because he has a month and a half. We got the dates.
He does.
For training camp. We know the timeline of when he will be asked about it next. He better have just a prepared answer, whether you want to believe it or not, what he says, just so that it could squash this conversation. And I hope that at one point Tyrone and Ricky can see where we're coming from, that it's probably good to have a respected relationship. Not best friends, but a respected relationship between head coach and quarterback.
And by the way, that's something that, again, and that's the only issue I take with Ty's opinion being contrary to ours. We never, ever made any kind of case for
friendship.
No. For them to be best friends. I'm just asking for the word professional. In the workplace, learn how to be a grown-up professional. It's not hard.
That's all.
It really isn't hard.
That's all. All right, Tommy, what do we have on the text line today? We'll get to some calls as well. It's 610-632-0975.
All right, got a couple Johan Rojas texts. First one here. Rojas didn't make the decision hard. He was given the spot. He made no improvements this year. One bunt hit, swinging from the heels, bad base running, and his defense wasn't over the top this year. Too cool for school at times, bad angles. Can't say he makes the play last night that you're talking about, John, that Marsh play. But John Kincade is right about the reasons. If Casty had options, it would have been him. Get off Lewis Robert, by the way, Andrew. Hurt too much. Look at games played.
Yeah, I can't take Lewis Robert.
He is hurt too much.
2 of the last 3 years that you know. And by the way, one of the White Sox broadcasters, if you bounce around at the games, we have the MLB app. One of them calls him Robert. One of them calls him
Robert.
And
I always go Robert, but it's Robert.
Me too,
yeah,
but
the
it is
thing
Robert.
No,
because I think of Rudy Gobert.
Did you hear him? Did you hear the player interviewed, though? He doesn't sound like us saying Robert when he says it. So I'm just saying, it's very confusing. This will be a Philadelphia dilemma.
Absolutely.
This will be a well, first off, it will become he will get the Philadelphia treatment of he will become Roberts. People will add a letter to it.
By the way, according
That too.
to Baseball Reference, it's just Robert. That's the
As it's
pronunciation.
Robert.
Yeah, so just Robert. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Jay in West Philly. Jay, good morning.
Hi, Jay.
What's going on, y'all?
Good, buddy.
As far as this Rojas thing, it's just the Phillies doing Phillies thing. That's just their history.
That's right. This is your boy, Free Rojas.
Exactly. They asked a man to hit 230, play defense. Dombrowski said it. Copper said it. He goes out and do it, and he gets demoted for a part-time player and a guy that's getting overpaid.
It's a shame that you just pick horrible players as your favorites.
Wait. Christian, he did Jay. You're right. He did exactly what he was asked to do. He did it. And Christian Pache has done freaking nothing.
He's not even a part-time player.
No, he's not.
His Murphy can't hit lefties, but they keep wanting to put him out there. Hopefully they showcase him for something, but he stinks. Scott stinks. But I think they keep him around to throw bubble gum and sunflower seeds. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm going to buy you, Jay, I'm going to buy you a Toros de Tijuana jersey with Nick Williams' name on the back of it.
Okay, we'll do that. But you keep hyping up these dudes, this Brandon Marsh dude, and Stott. You keep
but he's not.
I'm not the biggest Brandon Marsh fan, Jay, and I appreciate the call. Like I think he's a good baseball player. I don't think he's
a good.
I don't think he's going to win you a World Series. Now I've saw last year actually in the NLCS, he was the only guy that kept on playing during that series.
And in the and in left field, I'm going to tell you, I'm sort of a huge fan of him in left field.
He's a nice player.
I'm fine with him being in left field. I want him to play more, though.
I've seen a million better left fielders.
I want to know what Brandon Marsh is playing every day. I'd like to see that.
I would like to see that as well. All right, we reset the entire show to start the 7 o'clock hour, and we talk more about the Johan Rojas situation. But two things regarding the Phillies. One, very, very bad, like how bad the outfield's been this year. I saw some numbers that I sent your guys' way yesterday. But the good for the Phillies, all-star voting, man. The league loves the Phillies. We'll tell you why next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Offense wakes up on top.
Bad being the numbers from the outfielders this season. So anybody that has played outfield at some point this year for the Phillies, they're not pretty. But the good is the All-Star voting, and it shows that there's a lot of love for this Phillies team through the first half of the season.
So
you didn't see these?
No, I did not.
Oh, dude, you're going to be blown away.
All I heard is they mentioned during the broadcast last night about Harper.
Oh, dude, you're going to be blown away.
But the girls, watching baseball with the girls is very different. Because you get a little distracted with two girls in the room, talking baseball. Well, what does that mean? What is it? But I'm very excited to do it.
Yeah.
Because they're both getting really, really into it.
Well, you're going to be blown away when I give you some of these voting numbers.
I like that.
You could already probably pencil in some guys to be starters today.
Okay, that makes me very excited.
And we're not close to the All-Star game just yet.
No, we're not.
No, but it's amazing how high up some of these players are. But here's what we're talking about today. Phillies with a nice win last night, but we're reacting to the decision to send down Johan Rojas. This was exactly what I wanted to avoid when I was getting attacked by my own coworkers.
There's
John
a lot
Kincade,
of that going on.
Connor Thomas, Tyrone Johnson, Bob Cooney, Ricky Bottalico. Shall I continue when I was the only guy that said Johan Rojas should start the season in AAA to avoid this? And this was the biggest thing. It's not because I thought he stunk. I just thought he was not ready to hit the big league level, and I thought that maybe working on a swing in the minor leagues would be better for him. And I do believe that he is a legitimate piece on this team moving forward if he doesn't get traded. But I didn't think he was ready to start the season. And now all of a sudden, if you want to talk about confidence, him getting sent down, I don't know how much that helps him.
Okay, so if they had started the season with Rojas in the minors, tell me how Rob Thompson would have executed the offense, the outfield. Well, we know Castellanos every day in right field. Let's just assume that because unlike every other player on the roster, Nick Castellanos does never need a day off, despite being horrendous.
Right.
He doesn't need a day off.
He would have been your right fielder.
He'd been a right fielder every day. So how would you have handled center field and left field?
I mean, it would have been probably Brandon Marsh for the majority of the time in center field.
Well, that's what Rob Thompson won't do, though.
Right. But if they started Rojas in AAA, Pache would have gotten his opportunities in center field. And then left field would have been a mixture. Remember, Whit Merrifield, before the season started, was catching steam as potentially being a starting outfielder for this team.
Well, that was swing and a miss. Can we say swing and a miss?
We'll see how the season plays out. We'll see how the season plays out for the guy.
I've seen enough.
Before the season, you were right, though. We were expecting a lot more from Whit Merrifield. We were expecting him to play a lot more.
The league,
as well.
the team was straight up telling us that there's a chance that he could have been a starting outfielder for this team for majority of games.
He started 130 games last year. He batted .290 in September.
And there was a reason, I believe, why Major League Baseball, why 30 general managers didn't pick up the phone.
Well, $9 million.
A team would have picked
$8 million,
him up.
right? Was it 8?
I thought it was 9. Regardless.
A team would have picked him up at some point.
At some point, he would have gotten picked up.
It's been a colossal disappointment with Whit Merrifield. Absolutely.
I think people saw the writing on the wall.
But if you're asking me, that's what probably would have been. It would have been Castellanos and right. It would have been Marsh/Pache in center field. There might be some games where they're both starting, where Pache's in center, Brandon Marsh in left field.
If you told me that Rob Thompson would have allowed Brandon Marsh to play every day to show what he could do against righties and lefties, I would have been totally in on the plan.
And I would have
been in on
that.
the plan to try that.
Yeah.
But the defense is already suffering. And again, people are like, oh my God, they scored. They got 16 hits. What are you complaining about? The defense already showed you last night. It suffered twice in a game. Now, when you're up big over the Padres, it doesn't matter.
Well, let's keep an eye on it. He's got it. Look, the angles are far different playing center field than left field and right field. I played every position in a game at some point in my baseball career. The position I hated the most was center field. I could not judge how it would hook to the left center or right center. It was the position I hated the most.
It's got to be tough, but I have seen enough of Brandon Marsh to know. I think I know exactly what he is as a center fielder.
Okay.
And it certainly isn't horrible.
No.
It's not bad. But it's
like
not,
I said, they got to the World Series 2 years ago.
But he doesn't.
And I know you pointed out the error, but they got to the World Series with him as the center fielder.
But he's not a difference maker.
And that's why I keep on thinking they should trade for center fielder. Like I am in a firm belief that they are trading for a center fielder or a corner outfielder that's going to start.
Could be.
It's going to be an impact player. And at some point during the show, because Tom sent us an interesting question, if they don't make a splashy move, I saw you sent a text. You not even think about the text you sent us, Tom?
I blacked out. I have no idea what I
You
sent.
sent us a text.
I saw it.
All right, Tom's blackout text coming up
If
later
they
in the show.
don't make a splashy move, I will be disappointed. And we'll get to that later on in the show. So that's the first thing we're talking about. The other thing that we got going on, the best show ever attacking us for
seriously.
having a strong belief that head coach and quarterback should have a respected relationship. They believe it's okay because it's only June. I would rather this get figured out in June.
They better not dare talk about this at any time during the actual season, even. If it's about it being June. If this comes up as an issue during the season, it should be off the table because it's not a big deal. It's not important.
Now, I want to ask you.
It's very important.
They made the point. So yesterday when I was listening, it was right around 3 o'clock. I was driving Cooper home from Dake.
Okay.
And Tyrone was making the point that it should be up to Nick Sirianni and Sirianni alone to mend the relationship between the two of them.
What?
And his reasoning is because, and I can't believe that Tyrone truly feels this way, because Tyrone and I, and you, John, all three of us, have a similar belief that Howie Roseman makes majority of decisions.
Oh, yes. We're all on the same page.
Like maybe it was his call to have Matt Patricia play defensive coordinator.
I think it was.
Even though Nick took the bullet for it.
I think it was.
Tyrone made the point that Sirianni is the one that fired Brian Johnson. It was Sirianni's decision to not keep Brian Johnson and Sirianni's decision alone. And so that obviously made Jalen Hurts feel a certain type of way. And then this gets back to the Brian Johnson discussion. There is no way in hell Howie Roseman saw Kellen Moore available and said, hey, Nick, I'm going to leave this up to you. Do you want Kellen Moore or Brian Johnson? No, Howie did it himself.
And said, go fire Brian Johnson. By the way, that's part of the reason why we're paying Nick Sirianni $7 million a year is to do that. By the way, one less than Whit Merrifield, which is criminal. With everything that freaking Nick Sirianni's required to do, he makes $1 million less than Whit Merrifield. But I digress. Is Brian Johnson? It's not his decisions.
No, it's Howie's.
Howie went out and hired Vic Fangio. Howie went out and hired Kellen Moore. And Nick likes his job and is finding a way to work with it. And by the way, he should be dancing into the NovaCare Center. He's got 2 guys this year that are competent, that are available. The 2 guys they had last year, by the way, and I blame Howie for those hires. I think Howie made those hires.
Absolutely.
Those guys, everybody had a chance to hire them. Where are they? The NFL speaks loudly on people's talents and what they're about. You had the opportunity.
Yep.
By the way, again, to Brian Johnson for Dan Quinn. 2 creams, 1 sugar. That's how Dan likes it.
Our other topic, the Celtics win the NBA Finals last night. I want to know from you at 610-632-0975. You can call in or text in. Get those texts coming. Was this more Celtics success or Sixers failure over these last 6 or 7 seasons?
And where did you go?
I'd probably lean more Sixers failure.
See, now what's weird is I always am very, very critical on what the Sixers
I know you
have done.
are.
And I say it's more Celtics success.
I also think
They made the right decision. Sixers made wrong decisions.
I've also heard enough, and I'm sure you've in your talks with the people that we work with here in the building that are close to the Sixers. Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons were allowed to basically do whatever they wanted.
That's what I've been told, and not living here at the time, I always had heard that. Mm-hmm. And whenever the circus would roll into town, that's what I was told.
I still remember one of my biggest beefs with Ben Simmons, and this is when I started realizing, all right, this guy does not care about basketball, was after they went through a rough stretch of games and the team was flying back from Miami, and he asked if he could stay one more night because he was dating Kendall at the time, and he wanted one night in Miami. And I remember people were like, oh, why are you making this such a big deal? It just told me who he was. And eventually that was the year where he tried faking an illness against the Atlanta
Game
Hawks.
7.
Yeah.
Game 7, trying to fake it versus the Hawks.
So that told me who he was. But the Sixers, whoever, I'm not saying it was Brett Brown.
No, they enabled it.
Somebody within the organization allowed Ben Simmons to act the way that he did. And I think Joel Embiid was that very similar, immature, powerful person that has grown up mightily over the last couple of years. But I think the precedent sent by the Sixers early on is part of the reason why they went in one direction and the Celtics went in the other.
I was told by somebody that I do trust that part of the reason is you had parts of the ownership group that were the liaison with the players that were more interested in staying tightly aligned with them so they would come to their parties and let them hang out around them.
Did they wear all white on those parties?
I'm just saying. that was more important to that they weren't going to then be hammers to the players.
Gotcha.
As far as they wanted them handled a certain way.
And that could have been cultural issue.
And that, by the way, may have tied Brett Brown's hands.
It may have.
So because Brett Brown takes a lot of heat for those decisions.
I don't think he was necessarily a great head coach, but he does get probably more heat than he deserves. But I would say
Tough
it's more
situation.
Sixers failure than Celtics success. But to Tom's point, you don't want to take anything away from Boston. That Drew Holiday trade was a tremendous move for him. Let's go to the phones. I know this man's hurting today. Tasty cake, Dom. Dommy, how you feeling today?
Hey, Andrew. Hey, John.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. No, I'm not doing too well, Tom. I mean, with Dom, I'm not doing too well.
But I know how you feel about the Boston Celtics.
You, John, you and Bob feel me today.
Oh, I feel you.
We've been through it. We've been through. Well, but last night gave me a new purpose.
What's that?
The Phillies. Well, my new purpose is to convince Andrew and you and Bob that the most important thing that Daryl Morey can do now is to get what he can for Joel Embiid.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Andrew, I know Tommy said different. We now are a 3-sports team. Your Pluto is closer to us than the Boston Celtics. That's how great the distance is. The Celtics team are an all-time. John, my cousin's been telling me, well, they're not Shaq and Kobe. They're the best team since Shaq and Kobe. This team's going to win the next 2 in a row. There's not anything that any other NBA team could do about it. And do you want the Joel Embiid 2 years from now when you're contending?
So, Dom, you would rather them trade Joel Embiid this offseason than try to build around him with the incredible cap space that Daryl Morey has and all the trade pieces that he has draft pick-wise?
I already thought that because here was my other thing that I wanted to tell you and John. Already, with Joel Embiid and Maxey, to incorporate 3 new starters and 6 new people into a rotation is already a gigantic task for a coach. You can't convince me that you're going to do all that and then go on a long playoff run anyway. Then you see this Celtics team, this team is a dynasty team. This team is going to win multiple championships. With Porzingis, they are unbeatable.
I got to tell you that
thanks for the call, Dom.
If they had Porzingis, they don't lose 3 games in this playoff run. They probably only lose 1.
Now,
they dominated.
Here's my question, and I wish we had more time with Dom. Like, obviously, Al Horford's been there during the whole Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum era, but Drew Holiday was new this year.
So was Porzingis.
Kristaps Porzingis was new this year. It's not like they acquired 1 new player. They acquired 2 new starters.
Okay.
And Dom was saying you can't do that when the Celtics kind of just did it.
By the way, trading away a guy, Marcus Smart, who people thought was the heartbeat of that team.
Wait. Okay, then. I get you, but I'm going to take you to what Dom would say. Who's the Marcus Smart the Sixers could trade to be able to get that kind of return?
Well, just in the sense of...
They don't have anybody.
A kid who's 14 years old right now.
Yeah, but they don't have anybody.
A future draft pick.
Just in the sense of there were a lot of changes for the Boston Celtics. You brought in 2 key players, and then you traded away. And Grant Williams, by the way, another guy who's
Grant Williams was another guy, yeah.
The thing is, they had talent that other teams wanted to trade for.
Okay, but
the Sixers have none.
The Sixers have 2. But my point is they have Embiid and Maxey, just like the Celtics have Tatum and Brown.
But the thing is, to get the pieces around Tatum and Brown, they had talent that they were able to then flip into being even better talent.
They have
that
draft picks and they have cap space.
Draft picks and cap space. There are tons of teams that have draft picks and cap space.
Not as much as the Sixers. The Sixers have it.
Those teams don't have Tyrese and
but
Joel.
People want to get something. If you want to get top-notch talent, you want to get top-notch talent that's going to help a team push to win a championship. People aren't doing that for, trade me 3 draft picks for.
You don't know that if Joel Embiid's leg explodes, which could happen at any given moment.
Very well might.
You saw what happened to this team this year, missing Joel Embiid for as much time. They were a play-in team. That's it. They're 16th overall pick. What did you say? One game away from the number 1 overall pick?
They were at, that mean it was, if they had lost to the Heat.
Yes.
And lost 1 more game, we'd have the number 1 pick in the draft.
Right, so
because the ball...
Think about how close that is, and a team could maybe get that.
Yeah, I mean, it was right there.
So draft picks are intriguing, especially with a team that has an off-injured player.
But you also have to trust that I don't trust the Sixers organization like I trust the Celtics. And if you even put them in the same,
no,
if
I
you even
don't
put them in the
either.
same zip code,
No, you can't.
You're crazy.
You can't. And I don't. But what I'm just trying to say is, to Dom's point, he said, well, they have Tatum and Brown. You can't just build a team overnight. They kind of did that this offseason.
And again, and I'm going to tell you, they didn't do it by trading draft picks.
Well, real quick.
They did it by there was talent.
The Drew Holiday trade, you are correct. They had to trade something away for that. Derek White is a player who's very, very good. Would love Derek White on the Sixers.
Yeah.
It cost them Josh Richardson, Romeo Langford, and then a couple draft picks.
Second round
like that's
pick.
not like that wasn't a player for player trade. It was more than draft picks there.
Yeah.
So you can have it done.
There is a possibility. But
what are they going to do? Are they going to go and get older this offseason? The Sixers?
Yes.
Go against the grain
Yeah.
of what conventional wisdom tells you in the NBA. And get older.
But they're not a conventional team. It all relies on a meniscus.
And what I'm going to tell you,
and what I'm going
to tell you is the conventional team, the conventional approach or the unconventional approach that they're taking is not working.
Well, then you are probably more like Dom than you think.
I'm not ready there yet.
You're
I'm
not ready
there yet, but I'll tell you.
The way you talk, it seems like you are leaning that way more than trying to build around Joel Embiid for one last hurrah.
I could be.
It seems like you're closer.
I could be, because I don't believe that going and like if you told me, Paul George, you bring Paul George in here. I don't believe that says, man, the Celtics are gone. Oh, boy. Did you just see what they did? They just got Paul George. Oh, man.
No,
what are we going to do? Brad Stevens
You know when they're going to do
sweating.
that? Oh, wow, Joel Embiid is actually healthy this year.
No, they
it wouldn't be about Paul George.
They're going to need to see 3 or 4 other pieces that they go, but they're going to need to see 2 other pieces other than a Paul George before they even
look. The Celtics.
glance.
Look, the Celtics shouldn't be scared of anybody.
No.
How about that? Period. They should not be scared of anybody. They just destroyed the Mavericks in the NBA Finals.
Right.
Destroyed them. They shouldn't be afraid of anybody. So our question regarding the Celtics is: this more Celtics success or Sixers failure over these last 6 or 7 seasons? You can climb in 610-632-0975. Now I want to give you the good and the bad of the Phillies. John.
Okay, I couldn't believe these numbers.
So let's just get the bad out of the way quickly.
Okay.
The bad is the Phillies outfielders and where they rank in specific statistical categories as of yesterday morning. Their strikeout rate is 23rd in Major League Baseball. Their walk rate is 25th. Their WAR is 26th.
Oh, my gosh.
Their slugging is 27th. That shows you how bad Castellanos has been this year, how single-heavy Johan Rojas has been. He's hitting 230 to his credit, but single-heavy, and the same with anybody else.
Just to be
thank you. All the other players that have played in the outfield, there hasn't been enough firepower from the outfielders, and maybe that's why Rojas is the odd man out.
How about, too, that since the start of last year, this number from ESPN Stats and Information, since the start of last year, and with the minimum number of games played required, Nick Castellanos is the worst on-base percentage of any outfielder in Major League Baseball.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, it doesn't help those numbers.
The worst. But you know what, Rob? Do us a favor. Play him every day. Play him every damn day. That's what we need. You know what? When you see those numbers, ignore them. In the era of analytics, where we worry about some made-up stat that a kid made up from Yale that never swung a baseball bat in his life, please ignore all conventional wisdom and play Nick Castellanos every freaking day.
Hey, 2 hits yesterday.
Please.
2 hits
Yeah,
yesterday. Nice day. Whoa.
Nice double.
They dropped him in the order, man. That was important.
Woo.
All right. Coming up next, I will give you these all-star voting. I can't believe you haven't seen this yet.
I have not. No, I only know what T-Mac said on the broadcast
About
last
Bryce
night
Harper.
about Bryce Harper. I only know that. I cannot wait to hear this.
John, I'm going to tell you right now. This is a little tease for you. You can buy your Alec Boehm All-Star jersey right now.
What?
And you could do a created jersey. You know how the Phillies...
We get a Rafi jersey?
Dude, you could get an Alec Boehm jersey this second, and it won't end up biting you in the rear end. I promise you.
All right.
I will give you the incredible all-star voting for the Phillies coming up next. The league loves the Phillies. Also, speaking of the Fightins, Tom Alvord's text. A player he's out on, but the heat that Dave Dombrowski could get if he doesn't make a splash. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bills win big. I'm Tommy.
casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app. Download it today at parks.com.
It is 7:30 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Good Tuesday morning. We'll get to the calls and the texts coming up. Tom Alvord pitching a trade option. Sorry, does not want a trade option, but then he pitched a topic that I want to get into. But I don't want to make you wait any longer, John. So you did not see...
I did not see it.
The first All-Star ballot update.
All I know is that Bryce Harper was the leading vote getter.
That is correct.
That's all I know, and that was because of the fine work of Tom McCarthy.
So Bryce Harper has already received over 1 million votes. 1,110,562.
Okay, that's wild.
He has...
Now, this is all players in baseball. He's the leading vote getter?
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, I'll quickly scroll through.
Wow.
Oh, no. Aaron Judge has more.
Okay.
So most in the National League.
Okay, most of the National League.
Because Aaron Judge has 113 million. I mean, he's just an absolute freak. The tear that he's on right now, by the way.
Yeah, he started so poorly.
Yeah,
too.
now all of a sudden
gosh, he
he's
was
playing
terrible.
ridiculous.
Yes.
But Bryce Harper has around a 400,000 vote lead over Freddie Freeman
Well,
as the second first baseman.
Harper this year deserves it, would you say, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Freddie Freeman's a hell of a player.
Freddie Freeman's a hell of a player. Bryce Harper deserves to be number one. You know, he was the one player of the month last month.
And he's never been an all-star as a Philly.
No, he is not. He was voted in one year, but he was hurt, and so he didn't participate in it.
Okay.
But he has not participated in an all-star game yet, which is amazing because remember,
As a Philly.
he won MVP the 1 year where he doesn't play in the all-star game, and they don't make the playoffs. His career in Philadelphia has been wild.
Craig Kimbrell has, though.
You know,
Yeah, but
though,
Craig, yeah,
Freeman's having a better year than Harper.
could be. Bryce Harper's having a very good year with the glove, though.
He's having a very good year.
Bryce
He
Harper
is.
might win Gold Glove this year.
Right.
He's been tremendous. So Harper, most votes in the National League, most votes for first baseman. At second base, and again, this is fan voting, but it tells you where the Phillies are at.
Okay.
In the mind of a lot of people. Luis Arraez, for the guy that was with the Marlins, now with the Padres, he's in first for second baseman. Bryson Stott is third, though, which, again, he does not deserve it.
What? Yeah, no, he does not
deserve
He
it.
doesn't even deserve to be discussed.
He does not deserve it.
I mean, seriously.
But it is fan voting.
Well, that just tells you that nobody's watching. They're just voting by name.
They might be.
Or their favorite team.
So
They're not paying attention.
I'll skip third base. Shortstop, Trey Turner is second. Mookie Betts has over 1 million. Trey Turner has 509,000. So Mookie Betts doubling Trey Turner's. Now, it would be interesting if Trey Turner...
Mookie won't be available to play in the
Yeah,
game.
he's hurt, yep.
Oh, that's right.
Broke the hand.
Does that affect balloting?
No, he would be voted as the starting shortstop, and Trey Turner would then get moved up to starting shortstop, and Ellie De La Cruz right now, who is third, would be the alternate who would get the nod
Okay.
based off of voting. But
Based on voting.
We'll see. I mean, look,
De La Cruz deserves to be there.
he does. And look,
Because
Trey
he's playing.
Turner has 509,000 votes, and he missed an entire month of the season. So
Gotcha.
he could catch up to Mookie Betts at some point, but he's been tremendous. And remember my preseason prediction that he would be an all-star, that he would be playing in the all-star game. And it
Yeah.
looks like that might happen. In the outfield, again, fan voting. Brandon Marsh, 5th. Nick Castellanos, 6th. Johan Rojas, 7th. So the trio of the Phillies
Okay.
outfielders, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Rojas isn't in the majors. Nick Castellanos can barely hit. And Brandon Marsh is 5th.
So how are people, honestly, because I don't vote in these things anymore, when we used to have paper ballots at games, we would do them.
Yes.
So
Yeah, I don't go online.
how do you do it online? Like, are you able to vote every Philly by like pushing a button, or do you have to go through every?
You probably have to go through every single
They
one.
probably make it very easy nowadays where
Yeah.
you're clicking a couple buttons and that's it. You might even be able to like tweet something out
Wow.
to vote.
By the way, to completely change on the stats that matter, Harper edges out Freddie Freeman.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
So the
he's
stats that matter, Harper getting the nod.
good. All right, JT is 2nd for catchers, Schwarber 3rd for DHs. But here's the one that I'm amazed by.
Okay,
Third base.
Rafi.
Yes. So Ryan McMahon of the Rockies is 5th with 187,000 votes.
Right.
Max Muncy is 4th with the Dodgers.
Okay.
226,000. Joey Ortiz having a great year with the Brewers.
He is having a good year.
3rd with 244,000. Manny Machado is second for third baseman, 267,000. So tight race. Alec Boehm is first with 1,012,174 votes. He has 800,000 more votes than Manny Machado.
Five times more.
He has more.
No, he's in.
He has more votes. Quick math combined of Machado, Ortiz, Muncy, and McMahon.
Unless they just find boxes of ballots and just start all of a sudden going, there's no way this thing's changed. Oh, wait a minute. We found the ballots.
Now, look, Alec Boehm, if you're, let's
Manny
say,
Machado ballots in a box.
like let's say you're a casual baseball fan. You have a favorite team, but you're not really paying attention to the rest of the league. You're probably looking at the stats, and you see Alec Boehm, RBI leader. Maybe that's why he gets
He got 60 now?
He's got a lot of
night?
RBIs, right? But for him to be that high up,
That's incredible to me. Wait a minute. Is his lead bigger than Harper's? It's a more competitive position.
yes, by far.
How big is Harper's lead over
Harper's
Freeman?
over Freeman is 400,000. It's 800,000.
Okay, that's stupid. It doesn't even. How?
And by the way,
is Alec Boehm connecting that much?
That's what I'm trying
On a
to figure
national
out. Is
scale?
Alec
On a national scale,
Is-
yeah.
Right.
Over Machado, too, who's a massive name in Major League
huge
Baseball.
name.
It is.
Now, congratulations to Alec Boehm for getting this.
No, absolutely. This
love.
is awesome.
Like, I'm gonna guess it's not 1 million Philadelphia fans that are voting for Alec Boehm. I'm gonna guess that he's getting a lot of love nationally, but that drastic of a difference. I know he's a horrible, DUI man, Marcell Ozuna, but Marcell Ozuna is also at the top with RBIs. He's not even a finalist for any of these positions.
Plus domestic violence.
And domestic.
Don't
Yeah,
forget
he's a horrible
don't forget
human being,
the double,
period.
the
He's
double
not leading
Ds.
DH? He's not second in DH now?
No, DH is. Hold on. Oh, he is second. I'm sorry.
Still not leading, though.
Not leading. Well,
Who's leading DH?
Ohtani.
Ohtani.
But
Tell me what Schwarber's numbers look like.
Schwarber's third with 435,000 votes. Ozuna's second with 478. So Kyle Schwarber could still catch him.
Ozuna's having a better year.
But Kyle Schwarber, watch. You got your Schwarber Fest on today, your T-shirt, Tom. It's
love
it's
that.
a great freaking
Come on,
T-shirt.
Get Kyle Schwarber to this thing.
Oh, he probably has one. Oh, the T-shirt? Oh, yeah, no.
Get
him to the
Kyle
All-Star
Schwarber
game.
an All-Star
I wouldn't
votes.
be surprised. If he has the month of June that he's having right now and it continues, he might get a surge of votes.
Come on, let's get a surge here for Kyle Schwarber.
I'm just amazed that Alec Boehm has that much of a lead over Manny Machado and anybody else in the National League at third. And that's awesome. I'm very happy for the kid, which is why I said last segment, John, you could buy his All-Star jersey today, and I don't think you'd be making a bad purchase.
I don't think you would. No, he cannot be caught.
No way.
No, he cannot be caught. Not unless they have Manny Machado boxes they're just waiting to put into this. And it's all digital, so who knows. Did I tell you the Ozuna story ever? My Marcell Ozuna story?
hope not.
Which one?
So Marcell Ozuna comes to the Braves, comes to spring training. And so I'm chatting with Marcell Ozuna. And I said to him, how many colognes do you have? Because we're talking at his locker. He's fully dressed, but he has like 8 bottles of cologne
Trying to hot booze.
lined up. And I'm going, how many bottles of cologne do you have? And he looks at me, and we had a very pleasant conversation and everything. And he looked at me like, why are you asking me that? Like I stumbled on some state secret. So the next day, we're going around again, and Marcell Ozuna has them locked up in the little cabinet where the cabinet doors open.
I was
but he
afraid
puts
you're going to
them
swipe them.
But he puts them all away. And I'm wondering, who has 8? First of all, not many men that I know wear much cologne unless it's like date night.
I wear deodorant.
You wear deodorant's great.
I'm not a cologne guy.
I have one bottle of cologne, and it is probably it's probably expired because Christina bought it.
If it smells,
whatever.
it smells. You're fine.
And so it's like it's whatever. He had like 8, and so then he really never like bonded with me from that point on.
Well, it's because you called him out on his cologne usage.
Well, and then my local police department had to be called to his place multiple times. We lived very close to each other, and that didn't go over well.
Ozuna from the Braves, man.
There you go. And you know what? They love him in Atlanta. Boy, they cheer him on. How quickly they forget.
Yep. Let's go to Craig in Deptford. Craig, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What up, Craig?
What's up, Craig?
I got three quick points. The first thing is the Sixers piece and the Celtics piece. I think that the Celtics showed you that when you have that, I guess the Chicago Bull, Jordan Pippen model, two big guards in the backcourt, they really made it difficult for Kyrie. Kyrie did a lot of scoop-de-loop shots that were getting blocked by Jaylen Brown, and if he got by Jaylen Brown and Porzingis was there in the one game, I look at that with the Maxey Embiid thing, and not that you score, but how you score, the amount of energy put forth to score. That's why the Knicks didn't go that far. They just were tired, right? Mm-hmm. I think Jaylen Brown and Tatum, they're the most proficient scorers without putting out so much energy to do so, both sides of the floor.
Okay.
Then when they change gears and put them both on the wing, they bring in Drew Holiday, like you just said. He got picked up. They threw him away in Milwaukee, and then I
can't believe it.
I can't believe it either.
Yeah. Right. So they have a formula where they kind of run like a three-guard offense, whereas the Sixers have more of a half-court set. Let Embiid do his thing. There's not a lot of
it flows better, Craig, and that's been one of my dark fears, and we appreciate the call with the Sixers. Has been, can you still win with the big man? Now, clearly, Denver has showed that they can win the big man, but Jokic may do other things that helps his team. And, oh, by the way, he has Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. He had better players around him than what Joel Embiid has had. But it's one of my concerns, the free-flowing offense that a team like Boston can have, a team like the Minnesota Timberwolves who got to the Western Conference Finals. It's not as free-flowing with the Sixers.
There's no free-flowing offense that involves Joel Embiid.
And that's why you need a wing, and that's why Tobias Harris has been so detrimental to this team over the last couple of years. Coming up next, we get to your text reaction. I know there's text coming in about the Phillies and Sixers. Our Sixers question, is this more Celtics success or Sixers failure over the last 6 or 7 seasons? Would love to hear from you. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. We have a whole lot more for you. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
A busy week in Philly sports. The Fightins are back home and need to...
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I hope you're all having a wonderful Tuesday morning. Unfortunately, Jeff McClain not joining us coming up at 8:10 today. He's taking care of some family business. As
Good for him.
he's got about a month until his life gets flipped upside down again when training camp begins. We got the dates yesterday for training camp, and that's one of the times that we'll be circling on the calendar.
All right, so what are these
all
dates?
gonna be I'll pull them up for you right now.
Yeah, Alan, one of our listeners wanted to know.
Yeah.
He enjoys.
July, while you're looking, choose July 23rd is when players have to report.
It's when they
camp.
report. First practice would most likely be the next day, Wednesday, July 24th. So we'll probably hear from Jalen Hurts the 24th or 25th or 26th, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, and we will react to it because that will be when he will be followed up about Nick Sirianni. So he has a month and a week to prepare for an answer from today's date. He has had
So
a
you're
month
putting him on the
3
clock?
weeks.
Is that what you're saying?
He better have a better answer, or it will lead to more discourse on the air, even though it offends Tyrone and Ricky Pitalo.
Here's the deal, though. I don't think it'll offend Tyrone and Ricky so much because then they'll say, it's July. No, then they'll change it to,
It's only July.
Why are they talking about this in July? It's July. Love trying to do a good little impersonation there.
It was good.
Works.
By the way, Eagles will be hosting one open practice Thursday, August 1st at 6:30 at Lincoln Financial Field. If you're wondering why we even brought up Tyrone and Ricky there, yesterday during the best show ever, I was driving around and I also got tagged on social media of the post put out by Dylan McKinnon. Because it's Dylan McTrolin. as
Dylan
you call him.
McTrolin
It's a great name that you've given him.
It is.
Here was Tyrone yesterday talking about you and I, Johnny, and our belief that Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni should have a respectful relationship, even though they went a little too far in their response.
The morning show is really on my nerve. And the reason is that they're talking about these answers that Jalen Hurts gave about Nick. And I said again, and I will repeat it. What if he doesn't have anything particularly nice to say about the head coach right now? He showed up all the optional camps. He's been doing his workouts. Talking about Jalen Hurts. He's trying to learn a new offense. He's doing the work. But both of them were in tears this morning. Both of them in tears over poor Nick Sirianni. This is how you know they don't have an argument. Because the only argument they can use is Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Well, let me tell you something. Nick Sirianni is not Bill Belichick. You know who Tom Brady did undermine? Even though he won a Super Bowl, Bruce Arians. He wasn't nice to Bruce Arians because the word of the day is human. Sometimes human beings don't like each other. So what? Why do we care so much in June? Whether or not Jalen Hurts loves Nick Sirianni. If you were in that locker room last year when it fell apart and he's scrambling and he had no answers, do you like him? So if you don't, the quarterback is human. You know Brian Johnson his whole life. You don't think he felt a certain kind of way when the guy got fired? He's human. As long as he does his work, as long as he's professional, as long as he plays well, then I don't care whether or not they're best friends. And this weird obsession about whether or not they're best friends and they get along and blah, blah, blah. Some of this, how about Nick? Go earn that respect.
Eagles were 10-1 at one point last year. Is that correct, John?
They were 10-1.
And then when everything fell apart, and I don't disagree with Tyrone about Nick Sirianni not having answers. I didn't want Sirianni back. Like, I did not want him to keep his job.
Tom, where did you fall on this? Because I know Connor and Andrew both were out. I was not.
The way it ended, I was out.
Okay.
Okay.
The one thing that Tyrone needs to check, though, is the weird obsession is Tyrone's obsession with Brian Johnson.
He loves Brian Johnson, man.
Somehow Brian Johnson is a victim. Now, I don't know. I'm thinking it's 4th of July. And Tyrone's going to there's going to be a family get-together. It's the family cookout.
It's the Johnson family
Something
cookout.
tells me Brian Johnson's pulling up.
Might be.
He's got the potato salad. He's coming in. He's going to, Cousin Tyrone, thanks for having my back. Because nobody had my back. Nobody in the NFL has my back. I'm getting freaking coffee and editing video for Dan Quinn. But somehow I'm a victim. He was a disaster. But you know what, though? I think Cousin Tyrone comes over and goes, hey, come in. Come on here. Get the big hug. I got your back. I got your back. Nobody else has your back, but I got your back. Nobody in the locker room had his back. Who were the players stepping up going, you know what, Brian Johnson really we're going to miss him. No, they were like, can we get you a box?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of love for Kellen Moore's offense so far
Yes.
in OTAs
Yes.
and minicamp. Devontae Smith especially. Like, I've heard more love for Kellen Moore than I heard a defense of Brian Johnson. The only guy I remember defending Brian Johnson, at least this is off the top of my memory, was A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown was saying so many people are hard on Brian Johnson, whereas if we did the right things on the field, if we made the right blocks.
Sure.
This was in response to one of the 3rd and 75 screen pass designs.
I admired the fact that A.J. Brown did stand up, but one of the things is there's a reason that with the game on the line and a huge critical game on the line in Seattle, A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts decided to completely
They went
disregard what Brian Johnson was telling them to do. Why do you think that would be? Just think for a second. Why would the quarterback and the star wide receiver ignore the play call, do their own thing with the game on the line? They don't respect and trust Brian Johnson. Period. Period. We're talking about the guy who is now doing like video coordinator. Seriously, stop it.
All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Tom Alvord at 8:05. And then following today's headlines, a Phillies-related question. Whether or not Dave Dombrowski must make a splash this trade deadline. And I say yes. But we'll talk about that more coming up next. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. Also, hear the player that Tom is out on, that the Phillies have already been linked to by numerous people.
Tom went back and read the text he sent, so he now knows.
He now knows. Yeah, he sure texted me
this morning,
I'm
man.
out on this player, and I was shocked. I need to hear why you're out on said player. We'll get to that coming up. Today's headlines with Tom Alvord. Before that, and a quick little show reset and more of your texts. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
No place like home. I'm Tom Alvord.
days, John. Tell
80.
the people, what is 80 days from now?
You're 80 days till the Birds opener, Friday, September the 6th.
It's amazing.
Now,
man.
Ray Dunn, if he hears this, is going to start sweating. I don't want to rush my summer. Don't rush my summer.
I don't like to either.
Knowing that it's 80 days to the Eagles opener does not rush your summer. It does not. Someone bringing it up does not rush your summer. Enjoy your summer. But it's 80 days to the Birds.
I will say I can't believe it's already June 18th. It must be this new adventure doing Kincade and Salciunas that makes time fly by. But
I will tell you, I think time goes faster. I did afternoons my entire career. Doing mornings, time goes faster. I believe, like weeks. Like my work week goes faster.
Yeah. Well, because you're done so early.
We're done early.
And then every once in a while you take the nap in the middle of the day, and that's an hour or 2 hours disappears off the clock. That was kind of me yesterday.
I'm not a huge fan of the nap, because I just have still not learned how to make it feel refreshing, but I try to keep it to a certain time.
I crushed the nap yesterday.
Oh, no, I can crush the nap. It's the recovery after.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's a bit of a slog.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Maybe you got a gummy for that. Or something you could recommend.
That was last night.
In the middle of the day?
Oh, no, I can't go middle of the day, man. I got too many responsibilities. But at night when Cooper goes to bed, look out. All right, we have today's headlines with Tom Alford coming up in a few minutes. Here's what we're talking about today. Phillies with a nice win last night, but they sent down Johan Rojas. Your response to the Phillies making Johan Rojas the odd man out. John Kincade is beside himself today. I still think it should have been a guy like David Dahl, not Johan Rojas. But
the thing is, though, the only reason I don't say Dahl is because of the fact that you need Dahl to be able to be moved when
Clemens
you bring
comes
back.
Right, whereas you were able to do, look, Rojas being sent down to me does not mean he is done for the season.
I absolutely
I expect him to be back up with the big league club at some point. Who knows? Maybe he gets real hot in AAA for a week or two and they want to bring him back. We'll end up finding out. But your reaction to Johan Rojas being sent down, I'm totally cool with it, but I am upset because this is what I wanted to avoid. I wanted him to start the season in AAA, to work on his swing, build up his confidence, and come up as opposed to being sent down. This was literally the worst case scenario that I did not want to happen, and it ended up happening. And that's kind of what I wanted to avoid early on. And also, the Celtics win the finals. Sixers did not.
Wow,
oh, my God. We would have a much
different finals.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
We'd have a much different show this morning.
Day. Celtics win the finals. Is it more success or failure for the Sixers or the Celtics' success over the last 6 or 7 seasons when you see the Celtics win a championship? They've lost in another one. They've been to multiple conference finals. The Sixers haven't gotten out of the second round. Is it more success for Boston or failure for the Sixers? Tom, what do we have on the text line? You can text the show. Call in 610-632-0975.
Okay, we have one on that exact topic. Good morning, John, Andrew, and Tom. This is Edwin from Philly.
What up, Edwin?
The question you asked, Andrew, I'd probably lean towards the Celtics' success, mainly due to something that gets glossed over for whatever reason. The Celtics fleecing the Nets back in 2013, which resulted in them getting Jason Tatum.
Oh, yeah, that trade. Bobby Marks, now with ESPN, one of the worst trades in the history of the NBA, where they traded for an very aged Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce and gave up a boatload of picks, to your point. I mean, and look, and that's, I guess, good trade for Boston doing that. I think I go more dumb trade for Brooklyn to pull the trigger than Boston making the trade.
Well, the thing is, though, to make a dumb trade with somebody, you have to have proposed it.
Right.
You have to have. So I'm going to give it.
Unless they propose it to you.
So but I would believe there's dumb proposals made all the time.
I'm sure there are.
That's one of the things that always has fascinated me talking with guys that I've known who are general managers. How often, because I always think, how much fun would it be to be like talking trades?
Oh, it'd be blast.
And how many times I've heard from guys, these conversations really do happen all the time. You'll be catching up with someone around the league and go, who do you got in your roster? Like, by the way, like when the trade deadline comes up, is there anybody in your roster that you're probably thinking of so I can do my due diligence?
Right. That's why fantasy is so big now, because you can like that a little bit.
Daryl Morey literally called the Lakers for LeBron this season and the Suns for Kevin Durant. Like, why not? Just give him a call, and if they get hung up on, he gets hung up on. It's part of the job. All right, we'll get to more texts. We'll get to more calls. Tom is out on this player the Phillies could potentially trade for. And then an interesting question on Dave Dombrowski. We get to that coming up next, but it's time now for today's headlines with Tom Alford.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Hello, Tom. Connor Thomas out the next couple of days. Tom filling in for
We
me.
need a few production changes.
There we go. What's going on, boys? How
What
we
up,
doing?
Tommy?
Good.
All right.
Welcome in, Tom.
Obviously, a big win for your fighting Phils yesterday. Offense comes alive. Good to see Trey Turner. But the story of the game, for me at least, I don't know if you can tell by the shirt, Kyle Schwarber again, 2 home runs. The guy just continues to be outstanding in the month of June. Some numbers on how good he's been. Phillies notes, Kyle Schwarber has 60 career home runs in June in 172 games. That is the fastest to 60 home runs in June in Major League Baseball history.
That's wild.
Not sure who keeps track of that. It's from Luke Arseni on Twitter, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Home runs per at-bat in June for their career. Kyle Schwarber, 10.43 at-bats every home run. Babe Ruth is worse, 10.63. So better numbers than one Babe Ruth. And Rob Thompson and Kyle Schwarber both talked about just how good Schwarber's been in June.
Is the Schwarber in June thing just coincidence? Is there any reason why he tends to get hot this time of year?
I have no idea. I don't. I think some guys are like that. Some guys start off hot. Some guys finish hot. It's just what he does, I guess.
I mean, I wish I could have an answer, and I wish that, baseball is such a crazy game where you can fluctuate, but, you just have to be able to kind of just stay the same and come into the same guy every day and stay with the work. And, the results have been there the last couple of Junes, but, I think this year it's just a credit to, starting, better and staying with the work and having a good base from spring training, coming into the season and being able to stick with it.
So I ask you, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was about to say, you know what's amazing? I pulled up his splits per month throughout his entire career.
Okay.
So 170 games in April/March, 178 in May, 172 in June, 136 in July, 196 in August, 197 in September/October. His August numbers are very good. So June Schwarber, which we know about the legend of June Schwarber, he has hit 60 home runs, to your point. In the month of August, in his career, he's hit 53.
Okay, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Yeah.
So April/March, 35 home runs, 37 in May, 33 in July, 44 September/October. 60 home runs in June, but 53 in August for a career is pretty good, too.
So I ask you genuinely, how do you explain this? Is this just baseball's weird? Is this the weather's heating up? Is this he's in his own head now? It's June, I'm feeling better today. How do you explain that Schwarber is continuously this good in the month of June?
The ball flies.
The ball flies.
It's got to be as simple as, I'm not Adam Joseph or anything, but I will tell you that the ball flies. It just pops off the bat.
That could be it.
Yesterday, that ball exploded. First home run.
It was a monster.
I thought it was going into the second bullpen. The second bullpen.
Yeah, I mean,
it was that
monster
close.
Shot.
That was awesome.
But I also wonder if it's finding your swing might be a big part of it, right? There are guys that have always started slow in April. Right, there are guys that have started slow their entire. There's some guys I think Trey Turner's main.
Nick Castellanos.
I think Trey Turner's career numbers in May might be his best month. There's some guys that start off hot. There's some guys that start off slow. And that's any. So Andy Reid starts off slow as a head coach in the NFL, right? But then he finds a groove. So maybe that's what it is. Because to your point, Tom, he hits 60 home runs and bats .255 in his career in June. In July, it drops down to .209 with 33 home runs.
That's hot in July, right?
I guess maybe teams find a way to attack what he has been successful with in June, and then he matches that in August, and the numbers go back up. So it's amazing. It might just be he finds himself come June. Who knows?
Yeah, baseball's just such a weird sport.
It is weird.
Yeah.
It is really weird.
Simple as that. All right, unfortunately, I didn't want to play this, but it is the headlines that are going on. The Boston Celtics win whatever, who cares? Boston Celtics win the championship, but Jaylen Brown said something interesting. He was asked about the Celtics team being a dynasty postgame.
How gratifying is it for you guys? It's you know what? We're going to do it our way. We're going to get this done. We're going to work through the hard times. And now you guys, honestly have a runway for a dynasty.
Yeah, we just take it one game at a time. We started this journey together. We were both drafted here, and we both have made Boston our home, and we just love getting after it, love growing, love getting better, chasing greatness. So I can't say enough about Jason Tatum, man. His sacrifice this year, his ability to just be selfless, really showed in the finals, really showed all playoffs, and I'm grateful, man. But I couldn't do it without any of my teammates, and JT, that's my brother for life.
So a nothing answer there from the question, but the question is interesting. When it comes to the Celtics as a dynasty, do you view this Celtics team currently as a dynasty? Do they have to win more?
You got to win one more at least.
You got to win at least one more. At least one more.
So I always believe 2 championships puts you in the legitimate conversation. Like if the Chiefs didn't win the Super Bowl last year, I still would have called them a dynasty. They had been to Super Bowls. They've won Super Bowls. The NBA is a little different, especially when you talk about dynasties. Like the Celtics have had dynasties, right? Like they themselves, their franchise has had dynasties to the point where they're winning 5 or 6 championships in a span of a decade. But I'm going to guess because of the parity in the NBA these days, if you win one more, you're in the conversation. They were in a championship 2 years ago. They've been to multiple Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to 5 conference finals and win 2, I'm okay.
Right.
If not, I'd say when you say dynasty, I need a third.
Because let's say they don't win another championship. I think people
this isn't a dynasty.
They would look back at it and go, "Well, that was disappointing. They had so many opportunities. It was like the Phillies in 07 through 11.
Yeah. Sure,
nobody's calling the Phillies a dynasty, even though they won a World Series, went to another NLCS. Nobody's calling them a dynasty.
No,
you have to win.
Got to win more than that.
More than one.
Yeah. I agree with you. Just was curious on your thoughts there. All right, last one real quick. We obviously been talking a lot about the Johan Rojas situation, and I just want to reset here and give my thoughts on it because I haven't really been able to get into this too much.
Johan Rojas has done exactly what the Phillies said on the record they wanted him to do in spring training. Exactly what they set the bar at. Well, if we can get him to hit 230, then you take it. And then what do?
Set him down.
Somehow he's the guy who goes down because other guys are deficient.
So I'll say this. Bob Cooney joined you guys yesterday for the crossover, as he always does, and you asked him about the McClain the Hurts and Sirianni situation, and he was just like, it's nothing. It's nothing, does nothing for me. And honestly, I feel the same about this Johan Rojas situation. It is such a nothing burger to me. This team's 24 games over 500. They got a 4-game lead on any other team in the NL. They got an 8-game lead on the Braves. If they were 500 fighting for a playoff spot and this was happening, I could see the outrage behind it. Because this team is as well situated as they are, them sending down Rojas to, oh, by the way, they mentioned he's got to work on his bunting. Has not been a good bunter. They want him to do that more. They want to fix his swing. The best place to do that, in my opinion, especially when your team is 24 games over 500, is AAA for a couple weeks.
I agree with you.
A couple weeks?
Yeah, no more than a month, maybe.
Okay, a couple weeks?
See how long he's down.
Trade deadline's in a month.
If you're telling me it's because of protecting Christian Pache,
I think they view him as similar enough players right now when they are as fortunate as they are when it comes to the standings.
I would say I don't know what their baseball eyes are looking at.
But I'm going to look, I'll say this, Tom, to your point. I agree with you. Like I just wanted to avoid this before the season started.
Sure.
I did not want him to get sent down at some point. I'd rather him have gotten called up. I think there are people that hear what you're saying and disagree in terms of they're so far ahead in the division. They have such a great record. I think a lot of people would say, well, then let him stay up.
Let him stay.
And let him figure it out with the big league club because his lack of production offensively is not affecting them in terms of the record. I think a lot of people would see it that way.
I would rather my 23-year-old prospect who's played, maybe like 90 games in his career, figure it out with less pressure in AAA.
I agree with you.
Work on. Now, I was big on let him start the season, let him figure it out, see what he looks like. But now that you can see that there is still some holes in his swing, go figure it out in AAA. And we're not putting Kyle Schwarber in left field.
Despite
Brandon Marsh and Pache are fine.
Let me ask you this, and ask both of you. If they had Wheeler, Nola, Suarez, Sanchez in a room, who do you think they think's the best defensive player behind them?
They'll say Johan Rojas.
But I think they would tell you Pache.
You think they would say to them, you know what, though, God? You know what, Dave Dombrowski? You know what, Rob? Send him down. Send him down. He needs to work on things. The best defensive player behind one of the most amazing pitching staffs we've ever seen in Phillies history. You've taken away one of the greatest weapons that they've got in their arsenal to support them. I guarantee you None of them would articulate that word. None of them.
I think they would say, if they presented it as like, listen, man, we love what he does defense, but we have to figure out this thing a little bit more offensively. Pache to me is still a B+ center fielder. Like if you're throwing,
he's still a very good. He's still
Pache's
very
a fine center
He's
fielder.
a great. He's
better than Marsh.
If they were to tell you that, we're sending Rojas down and we're putting Schwarber or Castellanos in center field, they'd be like, no, what the hell are you talking about?
Pache's better than Marsh.
Marsh, I would say, is a B center fielder. Like that's still fine. Right? Especially we dealt with Odubel Herrera for years.
I got to tell you, I'm just saying to you, conversations from my entire life doing this job. I do not believe the pitchers would ever articulate it the way you say it. It's fine. It's fine. When you have an exceptional fielder behind you, the pitchers will rave about it. Will talk about it. I remember, pitchers, the legendary pitchers of the Braves talking about Andrew Jones.
Right.
And what an asset
it was also nice that guy could rake.
Yeah, well, no, he raked.
Johan Rojas can't.
He did rake, and that is a big difference. But the thing is, I guarantee you this: Nola and Wheeler and them aren't going, man, you know what? Love having his glove, having that speed and glove behind us. But you know what? The guy just can't lay down a bunt.
I got you, but they want to try to make him an overall better player, and I appreciate that. Now, I was disappointed that Pache wasn't in center yesterday because I agree with you that Brandon Marsh is not a great center fielder. He's a better corner outfielder.
He's the third best center fielder on the roster when you've got Rojas up here.
I think he'd be the best center fielder on a majority of teams in Major League Baseball. Not obviously the Yankees. Like I
don't believe that.
The production you get from center field, a guy who can bat you 250 and Brandon Marsh can give you some power.
Half the time?
Well, he wouldn't bat half the time because he's with a lot of
how
other
do you
teams.
know he'd be successful then?
Well, I don't know if he would be successful, but they would at least give him the opportunity. I'm just saying there's a lot of bad center fielders.
I think the Phillies tell you what they believe Brandon Marsh is.
And I don't believe that I certainly do not believe that for half the teams he'd be that, because we don't know what he is. And I want to see.
Yeah, you want to see. I think we all agree. We get
Brandon
upset
Marsh
when we see his name not in the lineup just because it's a left-handed pitcher.
I want to see Marsh because I believe Marsh is better than potentially better than what we know. I absolutely am convinced Christian Pache is not.
He is who he is.
He is who he is.
Yeah.
He is who he is.
And right now, they can get by with Christian Pache being who he is until they make, they're going to make a trade. They're going to make a trade for an outfielder.
They're definitely going to do
There's
that.
too much talk at this point. Now, something I found interesting, Tom, who's producing the show the next couple of days, you texted us that you are out on Mason Miller. Like, you were firm, I'm out.
Yes.
Explain.
Why? What makes you so I'm out on Mason Miller?
So I will say this. Mason Miller is a fantastic young pitcher in this league. The guy's throwing 103 miles an hour. He's got 1,000 strikeouts in 60 games this year.
Right.
Mason Miller would be fantastic in this Philadelphia Phillies bullpen, which is still, to this moment, one of the best bullpens in all of baseball. The reason I say I'm out is a couple things here. The main one being how much it's going to cost you.
Could cost a lot.
The team is the guy's under team control until 2029, and everyone else around Major League Baseball is seeing what he's doing. There's other suitors for Mason Miller.
Right.
He's pitched just 35 games and 65 innings in his career. Oh, by the way, throwing at high velocity, which you're not wishing injury on anybody, but if it's ever going to happen, it's to a guy who is 24 years old throwing 65 pitches.
But to your point about the limited amount of innings, I saw Ryan Kirkring start last year in high A ball and then pitch in the playoffs.
How did he look in the playoffs?
It didn't look great.
And he has no track record of the playoffs. So to me, if it's going to cost you, most likely a couple of your top prospects,
probably,
I would rather spend that on an outfielder and go and get a backup plan for another really good bullpen arm. Ryan Helsley's out there. You can find other good bullpen arms for a lot cheaper.
I agree with you. I was
was
shocked when you said I'm out. If they got Mason Miller, I'm not going to poo-poo that.
If they get Mason Miller, I don't see them being able to get a guy like Luis Robert, a guy like Kyle Tucker, who I don't think is available, but that type of player.
Right.
Robert, you can't count on him.
Can you count on Mason Miller?
No,
we don't know that.
You can't count on him to be. What do you mean? Can I count on him?
He's pitched 65 innings.
Yeah, but I can't count on Robert, who has been absolutely 2 of the last 3 years has been unreliable to be there and be healthy.
I don't think.
I'm not doing that. And I also, why do I want to block Crawford? The end of next year, I would expect we see Crawford. The end of next year.
I don't know.
Wouldn't you think?
He just drafted last year, not this past year, but 2 years ago.
I would think
he's 20 years old, dude. I don't think he's
You don't think that we would get a glimpse at it? Now,
He's
other
in single A
organizations
this year, right?
other organizations handle things differently than the Phillies.
They do.
Like, literally, the Braves draft a pitcher, and they
play him
pitch
right
the
away.
next year.
Yeah.
They pitch the next 1 or 2 years. They're up there in the major leagues. It's for some reason we got like 4 years of bubble wrap around stuff. Crawford, then, if we said 26, if we said 26 for Crawford.
Maybe.
Okay.
I think Johan Rojas came up too early. Right? Like, I don't think he was. I didn't think he was ready for the big leagues last year, and I know he actually was pretty successful last year. He ran close to 300.
No, he batted 300.
I didn't think he was ready last year. I remember he made that diving play, and it was all over Sports Center. And I think he got called up like the next week. Like, I didn't think he was ready last year. I'm not expecting Justin Crawford to be an impact player for the Phillies in the next 2 years.
Okay, so then Robert wouldn't bother you because you're not worried about
it. And he played 145 games last year.
I'm thinking if 26 is when you would see, if the 26 season is when, I got to see, what's the site that has the minor leaguers and when they're expected to arrive?
MLB.com usually. If you go on Phillies top prospects,
I would imagine Crawford's got to be a rival of 26 they'd be looking at.
Could
I don't
be.
know.
I mean, he turns 21 in January. He's only 20 years old.
No, he is. Exactly.
So we'll see. But I found that interesting. Now, coming up next, I want to dive into this because you asked a question. If Dave Dombrowski doesn't make a splash, does he get heat for it? And I would be bothered by it, considering what I've seen in recent weeks and considering what I've believed since game one, that this team, as good as they have been, can always get better. And it's okay to always want better talent. Call me a millennial. Call me whatever you want. I want to get better, and I want to get better now. So we'll talk about what Dave Dombrowski has to do come trade deadline time, and if you would be disappointed if he wasn't aggressive. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We dive into that more. Coming your way next. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975 right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. is 8:31 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, so it was an interesting question posed by Tom Alvord, who's in for Connor today and tomorrow as well. Whether or not Dave Dombrowski, who we all agree has done a tremendous job, right? Like, has anybody...
I loved the hire when they did it, and I love it even more. I think he's had misses, too.
He's had misses, but in the grand scheme of things...
Yes, exactly.
He changed the scouting department, which the Phillies, God bless how tight they are and their family-run organization, they had scouts here for 25-plus years. The Phillies have not unearthed the first-round talent in the longest time, right? So Dave Dombrowski comes in here. He gets Don Mattingly's son here, right?
Preston.
He goes, all right, let me get a whole new scouting department. He brings in Sam Fold as the GM, who's spoken of highly across league circles. Even though Dombrowski's calling the shots, he spoke of highly.
Oh, he is absolutely spoken of highly.
He has the right team around him. The farm system is looking up for the first time in a long time. Clearly, he's been aggressive with the signings that he's made, the trades that he's made. He added to a bullpen that just 3 or 4 years ago had Pat Neshek in it throwing 82 miles an hour, and now he has guys throwing 100 from both the left and right side. So I love what Dave Dombrowski has done to change the direction of this Phillies team.
Also, real quick, Pat Neshek, more All-Star games than Bryce Harper.
Yes. Well, he was the representative of the Phillies one year. Because you have to send one guy every team.
Yeah.
So he was the representative one year.
Yeah.
And Harper has not played one.
It's a good point, Tom. Pat Neshek better Philly, yes or no? So here's the deal.
Okay.
Dave Dombrowski, I've never really put the magnifying glass on. I'm going to do it this trade deadline. Now, one of my biggest complaints with Major League Baseball is the obsession with control that has changed over the years.
Okay.
The MLB trade deadline has taken a big hit. It's not as exciting as it used to be.
No, it certainly is not.
Right, like NBA trade deadline has become more exciting than the MLB trade deadline, which is amazing. NFL trade deadline has actually gotten
the
more exciting.
Sauerkraut space, it's been much better.
Absolutely. Dave Dombrowski, I think, absolutely has to make a trade for a starting outfielder. And if he doesn't, I'll be upset. And I've believed this since opening day because I didn't think Johan Rojas would be the guy that's going to be a part of a World Series roster, or maybe roster, but starting player on a World Series team. If he does not trade for starting outfielder, I'm going to be disappointed.
Okay. Can you put any kind of parameters to see whether I agree with you or not? Because what are you willing to give up to make the splash you want to give? Give me names of prospects, and we're talking top prospects, most likely.
I would almost say anyone, because you and I have talked about this, John. I am proven versus unknown a million times out of a million.
So Andrew Painter is on the board for you.
Andrew Painter would be on the board. Aiden Miller, I would be hesitant.
Okay, well,
he's the only guy I would be legitimately hesitant with.
These are guys people are calling about.
Yeah.
They're going to call about.
But so Andrew Painter, Andrew Painter's already dealing with arm issues. Like, I understand that Tommy John nowadays is like a miracle surgery and guys are okay.
And a lot of pitchers that are highly successful in Major League Baseball right now have already been through it.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I totally understand your
I saw Sixto Sanchez being compared to Pedro Martinez, and now he looks like Bartolo Colon. You know what I mean?
Well, that's because he ate himself into that.
Well,
what if Andrew Painter does? You know,
exactly. I don't know what Andrew Painter's dietary restrictions are.
Andrew Painter's not going to go on and put 80
You don't know that.
and put 85 pounds on.
You don't know that.
Come
Have you talked to him?
Stop.
Have you talked about his dietary plan?
The kid's a pole. They're probably asking him to put on some weight.
They probably are. Look, I'm excited for Andrew Painter as much as the next guy, but I heard the exact same thing said about Kyle Drabek, John.
But first of all,
can't miss.
Dave Dombrowski is a guy that I trust. So I'm going to trust if he's high on somebody or if he says somebody is sort of untouchable. Like I would tell you right now from everything I've read, and by the way, it is Crawford, Major League Baseball has 2026 arrival.
Okay.
At the Major League level. I absolutely wouldn't touch him either.
I heard Logan O'Hoppe was untouchable 2 years ago.
Logan O'Hoppe is going to be a catcher for the next 12 years
And
starting
he
for
was
people in Major League Baseball.
Tagged as untouchable by the Phillies organization, by people within the organization. He was tagged as untouchable. They trade him for a platoon outfielder.
And
I don't think anybody's that untouchable.
And by the way, you didn't win that trade.
Yeah, we don't know.
What do you know? We know what Brandon Marsh is.
Player to player.
Logan O'Hoppe is going to be a starting catcher in the Major League.
But if they win a World Series with Brandon Marsh in left field, you can't say they lost that trade.
John, player to player, O'Hoppe greater than Brandon Marsh ceiling-wise. But for this team, O'Hoppe would not be playing.
No, I get that. The thing is, it's the asset that you traded. You traded a superior asset for an inferior asset. You don't win that trade. I don't care. If you win a championship,
also got Noah Syndergaard, John.
If you win a championship, it doesn't mean that you the 16th guy or the 15th guy caused you to win that championship.
Well, I think if they win a World Series this year, Marsh is having much more of an impact than Logan O'Hoppe would have for this team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I know JT's out.
Right now, Logan O'Hoppe could have made a nice impact on this.
Sure,
team.
but he's not catching come postseason.
And you know what he could have done, too? He could have also, in my mind, let JT Realmuto maybe extend his career and usefulness.
If they win a World Series this year with Brandon Marsh in left field, I don't care about.
As long as they win.
Look, I love Brandon Marsh in left field. I'm fine, but he's not. I don't believe the asset. I don't do trades on that. I do trades on asset for asset. Who won the trade? Who got the better of the deal? And to me, a starting catcher who, by the way, he's like a.
He's a nice catcher.
No, he's a nice catcher.
He would not be playing for the Phillies.
No, he'd be playing for the Phillies. He wouldn't be playing every day.
Yeah, he'd be playing.
And right now,
50 or 60 games.
Right now he'd be.
Right now he would be the starter. You're right because of JT Realmuto's injury, but that's not something that you think about 2 years ago when you make the trade.
We have no backup plan.
You got Mr. 4-for-4 Rafael Marchand.
I hope Marchand is right, but again, he's a player that potentially we'd agree on might be a little rushed right now.
No, I think.
You think he's ready?
He was up 3 years ago.
No, he was. He's 2020.
I like him better than Garrett Stubbs.
Okay, no, so do I.
No, I don't think I'm saying much there.
He can't DJ though. I've read his bio, Marchand.
He's not a good DJ. Yeah,
not a good DJ, and not the same vibes. So got to be careful.
So Tom, I want to ask you because you were the one that posed the question, and I would be upset if Dave Dombrowski does not make a splash. And I am not afraid to trade prospects. I have never been afraid to trade prospects. Aiden Miller is really the only guy because I saw an MLB scout say that he compares him to Mike Schmidt. All right, so that's kind of hard for me to part ways with Mike Schmidt, but I've seen a million Andrew Painters. Wow. Tom, your thought on it?
Yeah, so in the sense of a splash, I don't need to come away from this trade deadline with the biggest name at the deadline. I don't need a Luis Robert. I don't need a Kyle Tucker. Whoever it's going to be, Randy Arozarena. I don't need that. But what he can't do is just give me a fourth outfielder and a seventh inning guy in the bullpen.
No.
Like, when you have your best shot to win a World Series, not the only, but your best shot to win a World Series this year, you need to make a significant type of move. That is a starting left fielder, a guy who you know will be in there every day, who's not going to be a platoon guy. That is a guy who can pitch for you in the eighth inning of a World Series playoff game, whatever. We know how they mess around with their high leverage bullpen guys. Not the same guy every single time. To me, in a year where you have such an opportunity, you need to make some type of significant move. Doesn't have to be a major splash where it's the biggest name at the deadline, but to me, it can't be again a fourth outfielder.
It has to be better than this.
All right,
it has to be better than 2022.
Yes,
and 2022, you acquired Brandon Marsh and Noah Syndergaard, two separate trades, but I basically look at it as one trade because they're both from the Angels. You got Brandon Marsh and Noah Syndergaard. You got David Robertson, who was pitching as an all-star that year, but he was an aging bullpen arm.
I'd even be fine with that because I liked the move at the time because that was a guy you thought was going to pitch the ninth inning for you, eighth, ninth inning. So that type of move is fine.
Ranger Suarez had to come in and save the
And then the other guy was they got Edmundo Sosa that trade dedeadline or earlier in the year or something like that.
That's not going back on that. That is an A. The collective work there. That's an A.
You give that an A?
Yeah, I do.
Syndergaard, who sucked?
Syndergaard did not suck.
He was horrible, dude.
What are you talking about?
He won a World Series. No, he didn't win that game.
Syndergaard, you don't get where you got without Syndergaard.
I thought that was
no, he didn't.
Horrible.
You don't get his postseasons even though they were using him for like 4 innings. They literally needed him desperately. That was a desperate need.
I must remember Noah Syndergaard differently.
That was a desperate need for Syndergaard. He contributed in the postseason. I mean, they needed that body because the pitching staff was that thin. They needed that. And more importantly,
1 inning against the Braves, 3 inning against the Braves, the closeout game.
Yeah, the closeout game, they took him out in the fourth inning,
pitched
I believe.
3 innings. And then 1 inning against the Padres, and then 3 innings against the Astros where he allowed 2 earned runs and was handed the loss in that game.
Okay, and that was which game was that?
That was game 4.
Game 4, you mean the game that the Phillies were no-hit?
Was that the no-hitter?
That's the no-hitter game.
Okay.
Yeah, they were no-hit in that game.
Yeah, I mean,
so we're going to blame Noah Syndergaard.
I'm not giving it an A.
Syndergaard. I didn't give that move an A.
You're giving the collective
trade deadline. That is A work. Sosa, a guy who has been an incredible asset of flexibility. You go and you get a guy, Syndergaard, who you absolutely needed. Without him, you do not get where you get. But we're going to blame him for losing a game where the Phillies were no hit.
I didn't blame him for losing. I'm just saying
you scoffed at it. You said he gave up 2 earned runs to the Astros.
3 innings. It's not like he had a good outing.
And it's not like he had anything to do with losing that game.
He was throwing 84 miles an hour.
And more importantly, that isn't the entire
look at that hair.
Yeah,
exactly.
He went man bun at first, which I didn't like.
He did the man bun, which is a bad thing. Even though Strom needs a ponytail. He needs.
Oh, he's pitching. He's got an ERA under 1. Let him do whatever he wants.
I want a scrunchie. Get him a scrunchie.
No,
dude.
If that ERA goes up, then maybe, but no, can't mess with it.
No
Right.
scrunchie.
Hold on a second. His ERA is .96. Don't scrunchie.
No, out of the face. The scrunchie.
It's working.
The scrunchie's working. His ERA's under 1, John.
You got to get him a scrunchie.
All right, coming up next, we continue the conversation. Do you need Dave Dombrowski to make a splash? I do. It's World Series or bust. And my outfield has sucked this year. We gave you the numbers earlier. It's been horrible. That includes Brandon Marsh and Nick Castellanos and Johan Rojas. You need a better outfielder. I don't think that's crazy.
No, it's not. It's not crazy.
You can text and call in 610-632-0975. We'll reset the topics on hand coming up next. Also, your texts right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, Around the Bases with Andrew Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Dave Dombrowski, make a splash.
And you say everybody's on the table.
Yeah. I mean, the only guy
Okay.
I'm very hesitant by is Aiden Miller. Because if I can win a World Series this year, I'm not going to think about the prospect 5 or 6 years from now unless they become freaking Barry Bonds.
I am not opening up the coffers of the top prospects, the top 2 or 3, for an outfielder.
Dude,
Just not doing
John,
it.
I gave
like just an
you're just throwing
outfielder,
willy-nilly.
though.
John, I gave you those
No,
numbers.
tell me who it is. I'm not doing it for Robert. Absolutely not. I'm not doing it for a guy that I don't know 2 of the last 3 years as a player who is still young, can't get on the field.
All right, and if he's on the field, he's better than everybody that you have.
If he's on the field, I can't count on that. Give me another option, and I may buy into it.
Again, the outfield numbers this year for the Phillies.
No, I got it.
They're 23rd in strikeout rate, 25th in walk rate, 26th in WAR, 27th in slugging.
You forgot 18.
What's 18?
The amount of games that Robert's been available to play in.
So the
18 freaking games, and it's like, yeah, Andrew Painter, you want him White Sox? We'll give him to you.
You rushing
for a guy who is completely no track record.
Can I ask some legitimate question?
Okay,
I believe this is a legitimate question. How quick you rushing back to play for the White Sox?
That I would tell you right now. That would tell me all I need to know, and then I'm completely out. If unprofessional, I'm completely out.
He's playing. I'm saying how quickly.
No,
like, let's say
if that's even a thing.
3 to 4 weeks, but he comes back in 5.
If that's even a thing with him, I would be completely out.
I wouldn't blame him.
Oh, I'd be completely.
I wouldn't blame him at all.
He's not a proven commodity enough. He hasn't done enough to say he's a proven
This
major
White
league
Sox team
star
could
type
arguably
player.
go down as one of the worst teams in the history of Major League Baseball.
They may.
How quick are you rushing back for
He
that?
is not accomplished enough to be able to. I would more say, I know that this team's going to get rid of me, and the better I play, the better teams are coming calling. So I'm going to end up in a better place. He knows he's going. He knows he's leaving.
Probably, yeah.
So I'm going to put myself in the best position to show out. So major organizations I might want to play for that can win a championship want me.
But I think organizations know who he is without having to watch him play for the White Sox.
Not enough of a track record to make any kind of statement like that.
The one where you have to worry about here is the Phillies aren't the only team that are interested in Robert, and the Phillies aren't the only team in the NL. What if you pass up on trade? And I'm just saying, Robert, you pass up on a guy like Randy Arozarena, and the Braves swoop in and trade for him. The Dodgers swoop in and trade for him. That's the one thing. I can't take anyone completely off the table in a year like this.
Okay, so you honestly, so both of you this morning would say if the White Sox called today and a deal, by the way, they're supposedly, if you go by 2 of the Chicago reporters, they're looking for a deal that is 1 notch below what people gave up. For the Padres gave up in order to be able to go get Juan Soto.
Yeah, no, I would not do that.
I am completely out.
I would not do that.
My phone, I'm blocking your number. I'm not even talking. Luis Robert is not that guy.
No, he's not. He's not Juan Soto.
And he doesn't have any kind of the track record.
He had 38 homers.
That you could buy into that.
38 homers from the right side of the plate would be pretty good.
He had a great year last. He had a great year last year.
He did have a great year. He did.
And he was a high prospect coming up. So it's not like this is a surprise. It's just been unfortunate with his injuries.
And okay.
Yeah, and that's been very disappointing.
That's a major point to me.
Okay.
That's a major. I am not opening up the coffers for somebody that I don't know if they can even be on the field.
All right, what do we have on the text line there, Tom? You can text the show or call in at 610-632-0975.
All right, couple on the Phils here. First one based on the trade deadline discussion. No name on. Oh, yes, Chris in Washington Township.
Hi, Chris.
What's up, Chris?
I haven't talked to Chris in a long time.
Well, now's your chance. Make a splash at the trade deadline, question marks. This team has top 3 payroll in baseball with all-stars, MVPs, and Cy Young pitchers up and down the roster. How about these players do their job? If I'm Middleton, the bank is closed. You want to tweak the team, that's fine, but a splash is ridiculous.
Why is it... Hold on a second. Hold on, and you're applauding this nonsense.
No, I'm applauding the fact that I think we talk far more about hypotheticals than we do that we've got players who are underachieving even on a great team.
Okay. You make that case, correct?
Correct.
What if they don't get better? Wouldn't it be better to give yourself more options in the outfield?
Not if it leads me to baseball purgatory down the line.
Dude, if they win a World Series, I don't care about baseball purgatory. I have 6-7 more years of Bryce Harper and 97 more years of Trey Turner.
Okay.
I'm okay.
I remember the fan base sounding just like you in 2010 and 2011. And then I remember 10 years of garbage because of moves that you made.
What did we just talk about? If they won another World Series during that stretch, they would have been considered a dynasty. I would have looked back at that with wonderful memories.
I got you. This team hasn't done any of that yet.
Yeah, we love a team that lost in the World Series two years ago. Imagine if they get a win, man.
If this team gets a win, they will be
one of the most beloved teams in Philadelphia.
I think they may be the most. I was hesitating for a second, just double checking in my mind. They may be the most beloved champion ever in this town.
It could be
beloved.
And
just
so,
everybody loves
Chris is not wrong. You're not wrong. The Castellanos needs to play better, and there are 5 other guys that need to play better.
Stott.
Yeah, they need to play better.
Can we say it, or is that illegal?
Why should I all of a sudden spit in the face of Luis Robert, who might make my team better just because I have other guys that are struggling? I would rather make my team better, even if Nick Castellanos was batting 600 with 70 home runs. I still want to make my team better.
Because I do not share your opinion on blanket statement that prospects don't matter, because I'm hoping this organization is better at evaluating talent now than they've been in the past.
I'm not saying that they don't matter,
but like trade them away.
If I can make my team better, that right now, a team that should be going to the World Series this year, I would rather get the player that can help them win the World Series this year than a player that might be able to be a good baseball player 3 or 4 years from now.
Or a great one.
Or a great one. But I could get a great player right now. I could get a great player
I got to say, if I can get a great player, show me the great player.
All right, we'll continue this conversation. We'll reset the entire show. And I want to talk about the Phillies lineup last night because, my God, does Trey Turner make a difference. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phils win big. I'm Tom Malborn. This update is brought.
Happy Tuesday morning. Hope you had a nice, safe trip into work. You know what? For getting to work, how about I reward you with a pair of Fan Fest tickets? Give me a number,
awesome.
Tommy. Give me a number, because John's always 7. I'm usually always 3 or 5. Give me a number.
7. Do you want 3?
Pander. See, now you think Sirianni panders. Call number 7 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. We'll win a pair of Fan Fest tickets for Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live, presented by our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. All the Fanatic hosts, celebrity guests, Philly sports legends, activities, games, prizes, so much more. All coming your way Saturday, September 28th. Go to 975thefanatic.com for all the details. So call number 7 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Now, I'll reset the entire show, but real quick. My disdain for the Chicago Bulls organization continues to grow.
What about now?
So I agree with you that the Sixers should not have banked on Andre Drummond. I mean, you know how I feel about Paul. You know how I feel about Paul Reed. Like,
Exactly.
I'm not the biggest Paul Reed
I can't
fan,
believe that
right?
they just felt, no, we're good. We're good. We got an off-injured center, but we're good. We're just going to put all our eggs in one basket.
So Andre Drummond did not get traded by the Chicago Bulls. Neither did DeMar DeRozan. Obviously, Zach LaVine was injured. And there were reports that they wanted to still try to do something come playoff time, which we all knew that team was not going to do anything.
For years now, we've known that.
They suck. Did you see the report from Will Gottlieb yesterday?
What's that?
Covers the Bulls. The Chicago Bulls reportedly rejected a top 10 pick for Alex Caruso.
What?
Because the ownership wanted them to compete for the playoffs.
Wait a minute, wait. They were offered a top 10 pick in this year's draft?
For Alex Caruso. According to a source with knowledge of the situation, the Bulls have received offers from multiple teams consisting of multiple protected first-round picks. All right, protected. One of those deals included a pick in the top 10 of the 2024 NBA draft. The Golden State Warriors were among teams who made a strong offer for Caruso. Multiple sources confirmed. The source indicated that there was a mandate for the Reinsdorfs to fight for the playoffs.
Now, it's not a great draft. But a top 10 pick? Are you kidding me? For Caruso?
Alex Caruso, who's a nice little guard in the NBA.
Caruso's a nice player, but he's never going to be. You should be able to get a top 10 pick that is, you immediately know this guy's going to be better than what Caruso
And they're running it back this year with DeRozan and Vucevic and when Zach LaVine gets hurt or comes back.
Well, DeRozan's free agent.
Sorry, DeRozan's but I know that they want to try to bring him back. I saw that report.
Wait a minute. They're bringing DeRozan back?
I saw reports that they would like to bring DeRozan back, yes. They think that they still are relevant because they had Michael Jordan. The Chicago Bulls are a horrible franchise.
Okay, that like right now. So you were reading that like the DeRozan thing? I did not read that.
I saw it during.
I'm thinking.
I don't know
okay,
when I saw it last.
I'm thinking they're moving on and gonna do. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they're one of the worst organizations in sports.
No, that's a bad. And they're in that purgatory period. They're right there in that spot where you don't want to be.
And it's only their fault because they've had chances to get out of it. They could have moved off LaVine. They could have moved off DeRozan and all these guys. They could have a top 10 pick and 3 second-rounders if they just traded Andre Drummond away and Alex Caruso last season.
I got 2 people on my timeline today giving me the Sixers got to really kick the tires on Zach LaVine. And my head just wants to.
There you go. By the way, a month ago, Chicago Bulls are reportedly expected to re-sign DeMar DeRozan.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. I swear, I didn't think I made that up.
Here we go.
No, that's why I hadn't seen that. I'm like,
it is reported that the Bulls want to try to get DeMar DeRozan back and run it. Look, if somebody said to me today, the Sixers are running it back with Tobias Harris, Embiid, and Maxey, I would be floored. But at least you're running it back with a team that has a legitimate shot, not Vucevic, DeRozan, and LaVine.
Are you going to lose your mind? And I thought about this, and I forgot to bring it up to you. Our own D. Lynham, over the weekend, heard D, and she said, don't write off that you could end up having Tobias Harris back here.
I would be livid. I would be livid.
So you would, in any way, obviously not at the kind of money. Not at the kind of money that
I wouldn't take him back for a league minimum. Because you know why?
Okay, why?
It's not just because I don't think he's that great of a playoff performer. I think he stinks in the playoffs, actually. You're bringing back a guy that has just lost his entire career.
Okay.
Joel Embiid has lost his entire career. Tyrese Maxey so far has lost his entire career. Like, there's no upside with Tobias.
I get your point of view.
Like, I would rather either bring in somebody fresh. Again, lost here. I'm not saying Tobias Harris, he was a loser with the Pistons, so let's see if he can win it here. No, he has been a loser here in Philadelphia. They need fresh faces. They need a complete overhaul, and they have the opportunity to do it. So, with all due respect to D, and I've heard maybe they get him for a cheap deal. I would hate that.
No, and the thing is, Indeed necessarily was not advocating they should go do this.
She said just don't be surprised.
Don't be surprised, but also, too, if you look at the money, Tobias Harris's production for a much less rate of pay wouldn't be terrible as far as the beginning. It'd be horrible for you there.
Sometimes
you the same way.
Sometimes you need change just for the sake of change.
Yes.
It's not working here.
Look, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying.
Oh, it's possible. If it happens, I will no longer be a Sixers fan. But everything's possible.
I've said it. I will not watch a Sixers game if Tobias Harris is on this team next year.
Okay, I need you to watch a Sixers game, or it's real. We're going to struggle as a show.
Nope.
You have to.
No, because I'll just look at the box score and go, oh, they lost? Oh, maybe it's because Tobias Harris is on this team.
Every single game they lose.
It's because of Tobias Harris.
Here's what I'm going to say. Both of you, complete fibbers. If Paul George comes here and they they bring back a Kelly Oubre, and they were somehow thought Tobias Harris, they get a what's the exception?
The mid-level exception.
Okay, they get that for Tobias Harris. You guys would be two of the people saying,
nope.
Okay, they can compete in the Eastern Conference.
No, because I would be disappointed that they brought back a loser.
So you're telling us right now.
I'd be disappointed that they brought back.
You will not tell this audience something different if they get Paul George, Kelly Oubre back. Who else do you want back? Like that they can.
Lowry, Batum, wherever you want to throw in there.
Okay. They bring them back, and they get a great deal on Tobias Harris off the discount. You will write off that team because of that.
Yes, because you know what? I saw Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey take a step forward in the playoffs this year. I saw the same thing that I've been seeing with Tobias Harris my entire life.
No argument.
He disappears in the playoffs. I would not want him on this team, even if it was for the freaking. He could pay the Sixers. I don't want him on this team.
Okay.
Just no way.
People going to remember this. So they're going to remember it.
I would look at it
because you are Andy Sunshine when it comes to the Sixers.
I know.
You continually are. The Sixers can just punish you, and you just say, thank you, sir. May I have another?
This would be the final straw.
Okay.
If they brought back Tobias Harris, that'd be the final straw.
You said the mid-level exception because he's not going to get a minimum contract because of what
he's mid-level exception.
He'll get paid.
By the way, that is what
What's it, $10 million, I think?
$10 million, yeah.
That is what D had suggested.
I would go, why would you not spend that $10 million on someone else? That's what we're spending the $10 million on.
I need to hear the other options of who you can bring in that honestly, too, financially. And I'm not advocating for this. I'm playing devil's advocate for this argument. I would have to hear who you're throwing that money at that is going to be more productive, give you more numbers,
John,
than Tobias.
I would throw it to you. All right? I think you could hit a corner three.
No, you don't.
Dude, if Tobias Harris ever wears a Sixers uniform again, I'm out.
All right. Now, you're lying. You are being completely.
Every time he touches the ball, I will cover my eyes and I'll have Christie tap me on the shoulder anytime he passes back up because I know he's not taking the shot.
Okay, I like this better because I know you're lying because Andy Sunshine is going to totally buy in the day.
Doesn't she host a morning show?
No, that's Candy Winters.
Oh, sorry.
Down the hall. The day she's big into the country music too. What I'm telling you is right now, the day Paul George is signed, and I know you're not advocating for Paul George.
I'm not.
But you are going to start drinking the Sixers Kool-Aid to the point that your face is going to be red.
As long as Tobias Harris is not on the team. All right. We'll get back to the text in a second. It better not happen. So I wanted to talk about Trey Turner's impact real quick. Do I expect him to score 9 runs again tonight? No, I don't. But we kind of touched on this earlier. Dude, the lineup just looks so much better when he's in it.
Quality at bats too, right?
Yes, very well.
He had 2 hits last night, and he had another really good quality at bat.
Yeah.
And that's his first game back.
Your lineup of Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Bohm just looks so much better than Schwarber, Castellanos, Harper, Bohm.
Well, that's because the manager decided the best thing to do is Nick Castellanos in the 2-hole for a series against one of the best teams in baseball this past weekend.
My question would be, who else are you throwing up there?
Can I use your line from our Tobias Harris discussion? Any freaking buddy than the guy who has the worst on-base percentage in Major League Baseball of all outfielders since the beginning of the 2023 season. And by the way, he was an all-star last year.
He was.
Because he put together 2 good months.
2 great months.
And it was, they were great. They were.
They were great months.
And for a calendar year, he has been
abysmal. Except for last night,
what did Jamie used to say? Garbage bag juice?
Yes.
His performance has been for a calendar year. So what I'm saying to you is anybody.
Except for the NLDS.
Anybody.
Can't take that away from him. He was very good in the NLDS.
I appreciate those 6 days more than anybody.
But, man, with Turner back, and the reason why I even want to bring this up, because recently, and not here on the show, we see it on social media, people started panicking about the lack of offensive production. Man, losing Turner and then eventually losing JT Realmuto was a big hit to this lineup, man.
Sure it was.
I know you still expect Schwarber and Harper to step up and do what they're doing.
Can we say Stott? Or are we not allowed?
No, we're allowed to say
Can we start
Bryson
to say
Stott.
it now? It's like
but he's clearly struggling.
We're in late June, and we're still waiting for Bryson Stott to figure something out.
And he might at some point. We'll find out. He does not look comfortable at the plate.
Everybody loves the walk-up song, though.
But Bryson Stott being dropped in the order, everybody being dropped in the order goes a long way for this team when Trey Turner comes back. And then when eventually JT Realmuto is back, you were
that lineup when you get JT back.
Well, and that's what your team was built on.
Right.
That's why I was kind of confused with the panic over the weekend that they lost to the Orioles and the offense didn't look good. They didn't score many runs with Boston. Friday, when you were out, we looked at the last time the Phillies scored like at least 5 runs. It had only been like twice in the last 2.5 weeks. At least 5. I'm not saying 10.
Sure.
I'm saying at least 5. They hadn't really put together the offensive production, but we couldn't, like, people ignored the fact that Realmuto and Turner were both out. That's 2 of your top 5 hitters in your lineup.
Absolutely huge.
2 of your top 5. It's like the NFL wide receiver discussion. Oh, what happens if the Eagles lose A.J. Brown? Well, what happens if the Vikings lose Justin Jefferson, right? Like, if a team loses their top wide receiver, they're probably going to be in a rough spot. The Phillies lost 2 of their top 5 batters in the order for an extended period of time. Of course the offense is going to take a bit of a hit with production.
And like you, we have a common thought. I love JT Realmuto at 2.
I love him there.
I've always wanted him. I love JT Realmuto right there.
Now, you can't really argue that Turner steps right back in and goes 2 for 5 yesterday.
No, but and the thing is, you want to get and if it was me, and I guess it's completely outlandish that people will think about it. Bryce Harper would be my leadoff hitter, and I would bat Bryce Harper leadoff, and I would have no problem messing around with that lineup otherwise, and I would have Schwarber would be my cleanup hitter.
Well, yeah.
And it would just be,
I would go Turner 1, and then Harper 2.
So you would go Turner 1, Harper 2.
Yeah.
And then bring me from there, just bring me down 3 more.
Like if you, if I'm going.
In your mind. Turner 1, Harper 2. If everybody's healthy.
Well, look,
all the stars are
First off, let me say, JT, I would put JT 2. I would put.
See, I like JT 2
I would probably.
also.
Look, I'm trying to think about Rob Thompson's brain while I do this. He loves doing the lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty. So.
Which he's a little obsessed with.
Turner Realmuto would never happen. 1-2. I would do that. I am old school, best batter in your order, bats 3rd. So Harper would bat 3rd.
Is there a word, like what I would say to that, like even to a guy like Rob Thompson, who has forgotten more about baseball than I know?
Absolutely.
If you know somebody can hit righties and lefties, then I know it's they're going to bring in a high leverage situation. You'll end up getting screwed. Instead of worrying about the first 6 innings, you just worry about what could happen with your lineup in the 8th and 9th. I'd let it ride for a while. And I wouldn't care about the lefty-righty stuff.
But the biggest thing is the rule that has been in place for 3 seasons now, 4 seasons.
3-batter rule.
You have to face 3 batters unless you end an inning.
Correct.
You can end an inning and then you're done. But the 3-batter rule, so if you have Schwarber and Harper back-to-back, they're always going to bring in some sort of lefty specialist to try to get 2 outs there.
You know what my lineup would be? It would be Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, and Alec Boehm because this team has 48 wins. And they went to the World Series 2 years ago.
I know, you're right. Like I'm not messing around with the lineup. I just love JT Realmuto in the 2-0. Like that's been something that I've always loved. But look, it's worked with him in the 4-0. They literally went to the World Series with him as your cleanup hitter 2 years ago. So it'll be interesting to see how it looks when he comes back. But that's just a little PSA. Like I feel like people were freaking out about the Phillies' offensive production or lack thereof when they were missing 2 out of their top 5 hitters in the order.
Also, they looked like a terrible offensive club against one of the teams that will be around to play in October, unlike when you beat up on the Padres. So people do have a valid concern.
Was Trey Turner playing in that Baltimore series?
No, he wasn't. But it's
Was JT Realmuto playing in the Baltimore series?
I got you.
Was Luis Robert?
But you don't want to look that bad against the Orioles. For 2 days, they looked awful against the Orioles. And you don't want to think, because the Orioles are one of those teams you go, okay, that's a team you're going to face in October.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And they had their full roster for that series, and the Phillies did not.
Well, they've lost. One of their top starting pitchers had to leave a game in the 5th inning.
Right.
And then they've already lost 2 other starters.
Like their lineup
They're
for the Sunday game where they lost 8-3, or was it a horrible game, right? The Phillies lineup that night was Schwarber, Castellanos, Harper. So Nick Castellanos, who you've
he's terrible.
ripped, and
he's been
deservedly
terrible.
so.
Now, when he
was
turns
your
it
2-0
around,
hitter.
get praised.
Bone was 4th, Stott was 5th, and then you go Sosa, Marsh, Dahl, Stubbs. Like, that's a L lineup. The second you see it come out.
By the way, can we now, did you see enough of, do you flip Marsh on Stubbs now? Where if you said, you're 10 games without JT, 7 Marsh-on, 3 Stubbs?
I would say after last night,
7-3.
Any baseball manager that just follows baseball, and I think Rob Thompson does that, even though he's very analytical as well. Rafael Marchand should be in the lineup
If
tonight.
he's not in the lineup,
if
he's not in the lineup tonight, it's an absolute joke.
He should be in the lineup. After going 4 for 4, you're supposed to get another shot the next day, especially when it's not like he went 4 for 4 and Real Muto's back today.
And
it's Marchand versus Stubbs.
We know who Stubbs is. Again, we know who Stubbs is.
Right.
And he hasn't gotten better with more playing time. He's not better.
No.
So let's see what you got in Marchand.
All right, give us another text, Tom, and then we'll get back to the calls coming up in a little bit because I see my man Stick waiting on the line. You can text in or call in 610-632-0975.
Okay, based on the conversation you guys are having, this is funny. Tommy from Virginia, over the next month, could Marchand earn the back catcher spot and replace Chief Vibes officer? Like, obviously, you guys might want him to. Could he actually do it with Rob Thompson?
I think he absolutely could.
You do? I do not.
I don't.
With Rob Thompson. I think Rob Thompson's going to be like, nope. And I don't expect Marchand to get his legitimate shot either, by the way. And if I'm wrong, I will completely fall on the sword and say, yes. If Marchand isn't getting 70% of the starts the rest of the time when Real Muta's out, so you can see with this guy, give him a legitimate shot. I don't believe that he's going to get it.
Well, even if it's 50-50, just let him compete.
Well, 50-50
there should be a legitimate competition between these two. Like,
yes,
I think he could. Rob Thompson or not, because look, sometimes Rob Thompson's not making the decisions too.
So they would be getting rid of Garrett Stubbs.
Yeah,
because he probably doesn't have any options left.
No, I understand. So they'd be getting rid of Garrett Stubbs. And I don't see it. I don't see it under any circumstance because it's a thing.
I kind of lean John here, honest. I just think things have worked with the Phillies, and Rob Thompson is true to his players.
My only thing is, and I get the vibes thing, but Stubbs only played in the playoffs last year because they were up big in game 2 of the NLCS.
That's all the more reason why he won't make a move. Why he will advocate not doing it.
If something were to happen, I would rather go to a guy who could be better. Look,
we all would.
And nobody's making the decision. I'm not making the decision today. I got to see. Marchand might go 0 for his next 17.
Then he'd be more
very
right down. Then he'd have like Stubbs batting average.
He might, yeah.
Then he'd be right where Garrett Stubbs is.
I'm going to let it play out before I make a decision. But I think to the question, could Marchand beat out Stubbs? I don't think it's
not
really
beat
that
him
hard.
Out. Be given his roster spot and Stubbs. Bye. Thank you very much.
I think so. It could possibly happen.
I'll give it a 0.
Wow.
I'll give it a 0 on the big board there.
Let's see how this one plays out. All right, coming up next, we continue the Phillies discussion. Something fun and more lighthearted, even though it's the reason why we're bringing it up is because the Celtics won the finals last night. Al Horford wins a championship, and that just grossed me out. Who else do you get disgusted by when you see them have success? Just think of a couple of fun answers we'll get to coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
No place like home.
for details. Go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:31 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning. 97.5 The Fanatic. Just saw Bob Cooney and Ray Dunn during the break. They, of course, coming your way for the midday show at 10 o'clock. Want to let you know about the deal of the week. Get two $50 gift cards that can be used at over 200 Pennsylvania Campground Owners Association campgrounds for the price of one. So $50, get $100. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. All right. Al Horford. It absolutely disgusted me seeing him win an NBA championship last night. Disgusted me.
Has Anna managed to stay out of the spotlight?
Honestly, probably not. I highly doubt it. I have not really kept track of Anna Horford, but I remember how
exhausting family.
Yeah,
exhausting family from their time in Atlanta to here. To
that's right. You dealt with.
I saw it from the beginning.
That's right.
I saw it from the very beginning, from his drafting.
That was a good team. That was a Teague. Kyle Korver was on that squad.
Yeah, they got swept by with the Heat of the Cavs that year.
That's right. Anna Horford did tweet out, "My big brother's an NBA champion," 9 hours ago. So my question for you guys, before we get back to the phones and texts, is just a little lighthearted conversation. Is there anybody in sports right now that you get disgusted by seeing them have success? And success doesn't not necessarily mean winning a championship. It could be anything. Like I don't like Brandon Nimmo getting a walk.
Can't stand it.
Because I don't want to see this stupid-ass sprint down the first baseline.
Jerry Jones would be one, so I haven't had to see it.
Okay.
So that's fine. But Jerry Jones would be one that I would really just not like to see succeed.
You know how people say sports are scripted?
Which is just stupid.
Would they script the Cowboys to win or lose drastically if Jerry Jones is on his way out?
They'd want him to win. They'd want him to win.
Yeah, they'd want him to win.
They'd want him to win. Yeah, if these scripts, which is just so... People who think this, it's just... I wonder what they live in, what world they live in. Okay, guys.
Drugs.
Here, read the scripts. Okay, we're losing this big playoff game so this other team can win.
Yep.
So you 53 guys, read your script. We're going to fumble late in the fourth quarter or whatever. It's just so dumb. It's mind-numbingly dumb.
I don't think people will actually believe it.
I know people who do believe sports are scripted.
I'm guessing B. Gunn wrote this up on the screen. Deebo Samuel. That's a great answer. Like, I don't want to see Deebo Samuel have success.
That's not bad.
I really don't.
Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
I will tell you flat out.
Like, it disgusts you.
Bad neighbor.
Well, yeah, you know him on a personal level.
Guy would take up 4 lounge chairs at the pool and then go away for 2 hours. He's a jerk.
Tom, is there anybody where it disgusts you? Al Horford, it disgusted me seeing him win an NBA championship.
So I was actually going to say Deebo Samuel, so that's funny. But I'll go one that's not Philly related just because I can't stand the dude, and we've talked about him before.
Oh, I already know where you're going.
Who's that?
Draymond Green.
I can't stand Draymond Green. So anytime I see that dude, not even success, anytime I see that dude on my television.
Yeah, you just don't like him at all.
Yeah, I'm tired of that. But Deebo's a great one, and yeah.
And Haley goes with Brad Marchand. That's a good one too.
I think you could find a lot of people that would join Haley in that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go back to the phones. We'll get to some texts as well. Let's go to my man Stick. Stick, I can't wait to see you tomorrow, brother.
Andrew, I'm looking so much forward to it. I'm in Maryland right now, driving up.
That's awesome. How's the commute going?
It's going well. No traffic here this morning, so I'll be in Philly. I'm going to have lunch with L.A. downtown on Front Street today.
Nice.
Before the game. And then I'm going to be in the Diamond Club tonight with Pat Milliken and just chilling out, watching Phils.
That's awesome, Stick. You enjoy yourself, man. I can't wait to run into you tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Look, couple points, okay? I'm with you, Andrew, okay? One, we need a bat behind Harper. I say make Kyle Tucker the new 5-for-1. Let's go get this guy.
Let's see if he's available first.
I don't think he's available.
I know Kyle Tucker's name has been coming up because of free agency. I just don't know if he's going to be available. Look, I mean, the Astros aren't having a good season. They're 6 games under 500, but I don't know. Do the Houston Astros, a dynasty team, do they blow it up?
I think they sell.
I do. They're what? Close to 10 games back. I mean, the Rangers are 7.5 back behind Seattle.
I don't think they blow it up, but I think that they trade pieces.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're 9 back of the Mariners. And the Mariners have been known to cough leads up. So I wonder. It would be very interesting to see what Houston does at the deadline.
Hey, real quick, John, did you enjoy Luray Caverns in Virginia this weekend?
We're going. We're not going to that. We're going next month to Luray Caverns. We're just planning the trip out now because I found out where my grandfather, great-grandfather, and great-great-grandfather are buried in a town called Front Royal right near there.
Yeah, Front Royal. We used to play a school up there called RMA. It was Randolph Macon Academy.
All right. Well, I'll learn
will be able to let
up
you know.
there.
Thanks for the call, brother. Can't wait to see you tomorrow.
I want to see the Luray Caverns. Even though I am claustrophobic a little bit, I am anxious to see it.
Well, at least it's not what your wife might be doing this weekend. Is that happening?
She may. I would do it.
You're going to do it?
I would do it if she wants to do it. I would do it with her. The amount that she's done for me, especially the past year, there is a walk. Tom, did I show you the picture?
I don't believe so. No.
There's a walk on the CN Tower in Toronto. It's 147 stories in the air.
Oh, yes, we did. Yes, we did.
And it is a walk around the outside of the building, and there is not a railing.
I would say no.
You are harnessed in. You are in a harness, but you are not on a railing. You are on a platform that you can see through, by the way, one of those metal grates. But you are harnessed in. And she would do it in a second. Absolutely do it in a second.
Yeah, I'm out.
I don't do heights, man.
You could support her from the bottom safely.
No, I don't think I can. I don't think I could, because then what if something happened to my wife? It'd be like,
all right.
I'd wish her the best. I'd say like 3 prayers on her way down.
All right, real quick. This tweeted out 5 minutes ago.
What's that? What's that? Oh, no. Oh, no.
I hope none of you have John Clark notifications on so that you're not spoiled.
I love John Clark.
I know you do. This disgusts me.
Oh, no.
You will never in a million years guess who the Sixers just held a free agent workout with.
A free agent workout
you
with?
You wouldn't guess in a million years.
Tobias Harris.
No. That's actually makes sense as a guess. Sam Decker.
What?
Former first-round pick Sam Decker, who has played in one game in the NBA since 2019.
Former Houston Rocket.
Okay,
That's
wait a minute.
exactly it.
Very good.
It's the Rockets
okay,
all over again.
Now, wait a minute. I have zero issue with a team
working them out.
And working them out and just saying, but are you
come on,
That's
man.
the first guy we're working out this offseason, Sam Decker. It's going to be fun.
Sam Decker? Really? He's
Wow.
He's nice out of Wisconsin. That he played with what's his face? Frank Kaminsky. Frank Kaminsky. Yeah, they were. Didn't they win? They won
He lost to Duke.
Wait a minute.
Did they lose to Duke?
He's played one game since when?
2019.
That's a long time.
That can't be.
He was in Russia.
Oh, okay.
In 2019-20, he played in Turkey in 2021.
Did we have to trade something to get him back?
And then
from Russia, or did he?
No.
That was a different story.
That was a different story.
Okay, that was a different story.
He played for the Toronto Raptors in one game in the 2021-22 season. But Sam Decker.
Wait a minute.
You wouldn't have guessed in a million years.
So Nick Nurse has
maybe that's what
had a passing interest in him also.
Maybe that's what it is.
So you got 2 guys. You got the Houston connection, you got the Toronto connection. I don't have any problem with them uncovering every rock.
He's been playing for the London Lions of the British Basketball League.
Like, why is he the first one working out there?
Okay, look,
what are we doing here?
Look, let's not get to. I have no problem with them giving a guy.
No, of course not. He's just getting a workout. I didn't sign him, but it's just amazing to me because of what you said, Tom. The Houston Rockets connection
and the Nick Nurse connection with him.
Andrew, you got $10 million to spend. It's on Tobias Harris or Sam Decker.
Sam Decker.
Okay.
I would sign 10 Sam Deckers
You guys are out of your mind.
over Tobias Harris. If Tobias Harris ever wears a Sixers uniform again, I will go no Sixers gear on my body for 10 years.
But you're such a bunch of BS.
10 years.
You're a liar with this. You are a complete liar. You know you're a liar. You know that's not what you're going to do.
Darryl, don't do it, man.
And you will be one of the most Sixered up, like just fanboys.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
The minute that they go and add these pieces.
I have a line, John.
You're going to talk yourself into everything.
And that line would be crossed.
No, you wouldn't.
That would be a line that would be crossed.
All right. You 10 years of no wearing Sixers gear.
No Sixers.
BS.
Not even my old Iverson jersey.
Never.
Never. Sixers gear off the table for 10 years
Nonsense.
if they brought back Tobias Harris.
Nonsense.
All right, coming up next, it's the Key 3, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, and also our crossover with Bob Cooney, who there are conspiracy theories surrounding today.
Uh-oh.
Do you not know?
I do not.
Well, I'll tell you about it next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
I'm not joking. I love Dylan to death. He was shaking.
Dylan McTrollan was going nuts.
He still thinks.
I didn't hear a word. What
He's
happened?
Well, it's because you're in the sound.
I'm telling you this. There is the Brian Johnson truthers. I mean, have their leader.
Dude, it was the weirdest.
He's defending Brian Johnson?
And first
that
off,
he's a victim.
First off, the genesis of the Sirianni Hurts conversation has nothing to do with Brian Johnson other than maybe Jalen Hurts is upset that Brian Johnson got fired. But Dylan's out there talking like Brian Johnson is the next Andy Reid.
I keep asking a question. There were how many 14 coordinator openings?
Yes.
How many did he get interviewed for?
Yes.
And there's your answer. The NFL said, this guy, nah, we're good. We're good. By the way, 2 creams, 1 sugar for Dan Quinn.
Dylan's so, dude.
Oh my God.
He's really that angry? It's like genuine?
It was a bit much.
It was nutty.
It was a bit much. I'll be honest.
Wow, I'm afraid to leave the studio.
Yeah, I've known Dylan for a long time. Dylan is a bit much.
But he loves Brian Johnson.
He loves Brian Johnson. He was at the Tyrone Johnson family cookout with Brian Johnson. All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Here's the deal. We're going to talk a lot about the decision to send down Johan Rojas. So obviously, Trey Turner comes back off the injured list, and somebody had to get sent down.
It just drives me crazy. And the number one answer was option.
I don't think that's right. I mean, look, did Johan Rojas get a bit of a raw deal yesterday? Yeah, of course.
He did.
But here's the deal, John. And I know I was on an island by myself. But here's the deal. This is what I wanted to avoid at the beginning of the season.
What is it exactly you want to do?
I did not want him to get sent down at some point. I wanted him to be called up.
I remember you saying that.
That was my biggest.
But explain the thought process, those who may have missed it at the time.
First off, I didn't like that there was no competition. Johan Rojas, when I was down there in Clearwater, there was no competition.
You're against.
He was the center fielder.
You're against the anointed.
When they're not good enough. I did not like that he was just marked down center fielder opening day. You knew that he was going to get it, especially, John, after the playoffs ended last year. During Rob Thompson's exit press conference, he was asked about the future of Johan Rojas, and he straight up said he's probably going to start the season in AAA because we want to work on his swing. And then that was the last you heard of it.
It's human. You know Brian Johnson his whole life. You don't think he felt a certain kind of way when the guy got fired?
That's what it always goes back to.
It goes back to Tyrone.
And this weird obsession about whether or not they're best friends and they get along and blah, blah, blah.
The weird obsession is Tyrone with Brian Johnson.
He loves Brian Johnson.
Oh, my God.
It's
gotta
amazing.
Be a cousin.
It has to be.
I want 23andMe. I'll pay for it. I guarantee you they got to be cousins. Because nobody else defends Brian Johnson like Tyrone.
Tyrone and Dylan. Those are the only 2 people that I know that defend Brian Johnson.
Like Tyrone going boo-hooing? I mean, seriously, these 2 have been boo-hooing the loss of Brian Johnson, who the entire NFL told you what he is. They told you he's now getting coffee for Dan Quinn.
It was nice to see an offensive performance yesterday. It was nice to see crooked numbers in a couple of innings. It was nice to see Kyle Schwarber hit 2 home runs yesterday. It was nice to see Trey Turner back in the lineup. That makes
nice
such a difference.
It was great to see him in. He got a couple hits, had another really good at bat that didn't end up in a hit. So that was just nice to see because remember, he was the best hitter on the team when he went out.
He was.
And he was having the kind of year that everybody expected him to have last year when he made the, transition coming into town. So it's nice to see so many positive things. 18 hits.
18
is stupid.
It's ridiculous.
Now that's stupid in a game.
Speaking of winning a championship, the Celtics won a championship last night.
Oh, I don't feel good.
18th time in franchise history. Do you think the Sixers will ever get to 18? I'm wondering. My question for you guys.
We get to 4?
My question for you guys. Was this more Celtics success or Sixers failure to you that the Celtics have now won the NBA championship? Their timeline was very similar to the Sixers. The Celtics have now won their NBA championship. The Sixers have not been to an Eastern Conference Finals. Is this more Sixers failure or Celtics success to you?
Celtics success because the Celtics knew they didn't have to do the process to build a championship club. Celtics success. But the Celtics have a great organization.
They do.
Sixers are trying to build one.
Yes, they are. I mean,
they're trying to build.
Celtics literally have a winning culture. We always
They're
talk about the Heat culture. Look, 18 championships is 18 championships.
They're trying to change the culture. That Sixers are right now, they're fighting that tide of 41 years of not being able to get it done, not doing the right things, and they're trying to change all that. Johan Rojas has done exactly what the Phillies said on the record they wanted him to do in spring training. Exactly what they set the bar at. Well, if we can get him to hit 230, then you take it. And then what do?
Set him down.
Somehow he's the guy who goes down because other guys are deficient. Guys, by the way, making $20 million a year, and another guy who is just, once again, anointed, Stott, going to win a batting title. This guy's going to win a batting title.
He might one day.
He's anointed.
Only year 3.
Again, anointed as, let's not talk too much about his struggle and how he looks at the plate, how he looks lost. That's the only reason you have to worry about bringing up something about Rojas. And there's no way. Pache is not Rojas.
I'm going to guarantee it. They will trade for a starting center fielder. And I've said that since opening day, whether Rojas was on the lineup or not. All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. And now we're joined by Bob Cooney, who witnessed the outrage by one Dylan McKinnon.
Hi, guys. Love you. Got Bill Colarulo for 4 hours today. We're going to talk about a lot of things. I have a pinch hitter.
Oh, here comes
here
Dylan.
we go.
Here comes Dylan.
In from the bullpen.
Oh, my goodness.
Wait a minute. He only faced one batter. How does Cooney do this?
He was the opener.
Hello, Dylan.
He was the opener. Hello, Dylan.
Hi.
Hello there, brother.
Dylan, are you okay?
I'm okay.
Did you take a deep breath? You were shaking out there.
Yeah.
I literally saw your hand shaking.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
All right. So, what has Brian Johnson done for you? Like, did you give you a new car?
This is
kidney.
This is the problem. You guys are arguing against something I'm not saying. I never said Brian Johnson's a good offensive coordinator. I'm saying we can't judge him based on last year because that was Nick Sirianni's playbook. All the things you guys, everyone hates about that last year's offense, the lack of hot routes, the awful screens, the lack of throws over the middle of the field, that's Nick Sirianni. That's not Brian Johnson.
Okay. And so you brought in Kellen Moore, who I believe is better than both of them combined.
Yes.
Now, if all that was true,
it is all true.
And you had this guy, so do you consider him to be a good coach?
I'm saying we can't judge
do you think he was competent?
I'm saying we can't judge him based off last year because it's not his offense.
Because if he was, there were tons of openings for him to go to somewhere else for a team to go, wait a minute. The Eagles, they screwed Brian Johnson over.
And maybe he'll get one next year.
He might. There were tons of openings this year. He didn't even get a sniff.
I mean, neither did Bill Belichick.
He did. Bill Belichick. Let's not do Brian Johnson.
I'm not saying they're the same, but you could be a great coach and not get a chance.
That is he's not even getting a sniff for a coordinator.
He got interviews everywhere.
No, he got
a couple head coaching interviews.
And what they've done in the NFL, and they've used people for this over and over again, is their Rooney Rule.
There were places where
it's terrible.
There were organizations that already satisfied the Rooney Rule, and they still interviewed Brian Johnson.
And
they did their due diligence.
They do due diligence.
Smart.
Yeah. So
but then
he's well respected around NFL circles.
And then when he couldn't even get a coordinator job.
Yeah. Listen, we had Tim McManus come on the best show ever after Brian Johnson got fired. Tyrone asked him, can Nick Sirianni can make the case to Jeff Lloyd that this was Brian Johnson's fault? Tim McManus said no, because Tim McManus called everyone around the NFL who might know Brian Johnson's offense, and they all said the same thing. That is not Brian Johnson's offense. That looks nothing like the offense Brian Johnson would call if he was in charge.
Here's the deal. I know you're still...
And I'm not saying he's a good offensive coordinator.
Good.
I'm saying Nick Sirianni...
Now we can agree completely.
I'm saying we can't say he's a terrible one. I think last year...
I know you're still struggling with Brian Johnson no longer being here. He's not here anymore, right?
We can move on
so
from
the
that?
problem... That's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
let's just move on from
him. But the Brian Johnson thing keeps on coming up because of the Hurts-Sirianni...
Yes.
Maybe beef.
Yes.
And we played Tyrone's audio earlier today, and you don't have to be messenger. I'll talk to Tyrone at some point.
He needs to move on from the talking point of Nick's. By the way, that any discussion of Brian Johnson, Jalen Hurts needs to move on from it. He needs to grow up. He needs to grow up.
And Nick Sirianni needs to earn respect.
You need to grow up and move on from someone got let go that you really wanted to keep around. It's business. It happens.
And he's taking care of his business.
And we've all understood that.
And Kellen
Hurts
Moore
is working very hard.
And we're all excited for Kellen Moore, correct?
Jalen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni's no longer in charge.
Brian Johnson shouldn't even be brought up.
By the way, on that is where we find agreement.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, David Auto Group. and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
All right, we'll be back at it tomorrow. We'll ask Adam Schefter. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, Adam Schefter.
Because Schefter already told me.
No, he's already told us.
He already told me to move on.
Right.
But tomorrow's a Wednesday. We'll be joined by Adam Schefter. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Bob Cooney, Bill Collins.